Well, good afternoon, or depending on where you are, good morning, or maybe even good evening, and welcome to our virtual public workshop on the state of real-world evidence policy. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke Robert J. Margolis Institute for Health Policy at Duke University. On behalf of our whole team here, we're very pleased to have you with us for this workshop that will review the Duke-Margolis Real-World Evidence Collaborative's activities and the regulatory and real world data, real world evidence policy updates over the past year. We've been holding this meeting roughly annually to keep the broader community updated on our work and the latest developments in this increasingly important and active space. So we're especially excited with so much going on to have such a diverse array of speakers participating today from regulatory agencies, industry, healthcare system, all the other key stakeholders that need to work together to accelerate progress in this space. And I want to thank members of our Real World Evidence Collaborative and its advisory group and the Margolis Family Foundation, as this whole effort would not be possible without their ongoing, long-standing commitment, collaboration, support on these key issues. Now, I'd like to turn to our Statement of Independence and a few final logistical reminders before we get going. The Margolis Institute for Health Policy is part of Duke University. As such, we honor the importance of academic independence in our faculty members, scholars, affiliated researchers, and collaborators. Neither Duke nor the Margolis Institute take partisan positions. But of course, individual participants are free to speak their minds and express their opinions on important issues. I also want to disclose that I'm an independent director on the boards of Johnson & Johnson, Cigna, and Alignment Healthcare, and I receive fees for serving as an advisor for Arsenal Capital, Blackstone, and MITRE. Now, I want to turn to our virtual meeting reminders before we get into the content. We really encourage all of you to contribute to the meeting at any time through the Zoom Q&A function that says, I know it's questions and answers, but comments and thoughts are also welcome to get that dialogue going alongside our interactive verbal dialogue, and we'll do our best to bring audience questions into our panel discussions, and some of our presenters and panelists may also respond or add to the Q&A discussion directly as well. We are anticipating, I see we have a large audience today, so we may not be able to get to every question, but we'll do our best. And again, we really want to hear from you throughout the meeting. We will be recording this meeting. We'll be posting the recording and slides on the Duke-Margolis website for future reference and use. I'll be kicking us off today with a look at the current real-world evidence landscape and a preview of our agenda. That'll be followed by remarks from Richard Forshee, the Deputy Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Pharmacovigilance at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. And after that, we'll transition into today's session presentations and panel discussions. And I don't think I need to remind many of you that the healthcare data landscape is vast, and the extent of organizations and entities that are contributing to trying to translate that data into useful evidence to improve health and healthcare is continuously growing. It includes stakeholders working with electronic health records, software systems, wearables, data registries, data aggregation, government entities, analytic experts, and many other participants, not to mention people who are actually delivering healthcare and trying to connect this evidence development and predictive ability and contributions to more precise and accurate medicine into actual healthcare delivery. Within this landscape, there are many opportunities to clarify the role and advance the use of real-world data and evidence. So to quickly align on definitions, we mentioned on the next slide, real-world data, or RWD, is data relating to patient health status or the delivery of healthcare that is collected from a variety of sources, just with the main goal not being research, but to help contribute to better care. And real-world evidence is clinical evidence about the use, potential benefits, or risks of a medical product or practice or care delivery model that's derived from the analysis of real-world data. I also want to note that FDA released a final guidance on assessing electronic health records and medical claims data, two of the major sources of data for RWD, to support regulatory decision-making for drug and biologic products. That happened just yesterday, and we're looking forward to incorporate these kinds of late-breaking developments into our work, and this will come up in the discussions today, I'm sure. So on the next slide, the utility and scope of use of real-world data and real-world evidence continues to expand. It includes medical product development, where RWE can assist in guiding trial recruitment efficiency, trial design, promoting equity in developing evidence on equity in device selection, among other uses. In terms of regulatory review, RWE, as the recent guidance highlights, can help inform post and pre-market safety and effectiveness and indication and labeling decisions. And we're also seeing more and more uses of real-world evidence to help drive better, more effective, more efficient, and equitable health care. And finally, not just influencing care delivery, the progress in RWE is contributing, is providing relevant evidence for payment reforms, pricing, coverage, policies, other policies that affect care delivery and shape our care delivery environment as well. So roles for regulators, payers, health technology assessment organizations becoming more informed as a result of progress in RWE. So as you can see, RWE is increasingly informing all aspects of health and healthcare delivery, from medical product regulatory approval to healthcare systems, practices and policies, to development and use of tools to apply artificial intelligence and in all of these areas, including in coverage as well as regulation. So with all that in mind, we have a lot to cover today. I've got a slide up next on the topics that we will be covering, and this is available on the web page and our virtual agenda for you to follow along with if you like as the meeting goes on. First up, we have a session on the Duke-Margolis Real-World Evidence Collaborative updates, where Rachel Hendrick-Stirrup, the research director of real-world evidence at Duke-Margolis, will provide a summary of the collaborative's activities over the past year. It's going to highlight the latest RWE developments at FDA, including the ones I mentioned, along with the collaborative's 2024 publications and contributions to international harmonization of RWE standards, international harmonization and advancement. She will talk about how the work informs the Duke-Margolis Institute's broader goals. RWE is relevant everywhere in policy and health reform. And we'll also have a fireside chat with two people from the evidence base and Agency IQ, Joanne Walker and Laura D'Angelo, who will provide their perspectives on important trends and things to look forward to, next steps in RWD and RWE. We'll then begin session 2 on source data access for decision makers, moderated by Dr. Trevin Locke, an assistant research director at Duke-Margolis. As recent guidance has indicated, the FDA is requesting access to source records and patient-level data to assess whether real-world evidence is based on relevant and reliable enough data of sufficient quality to infer causality and effects based on the applied methods. Meeting these FDA expectations does present challenges in an era of increasingly complex data with proprietary and privacy concerns, as well as the increasing use of AI methods on top. So in session 2, panelists will aim to identify some common challenges in access to high quality, reliable, relevant real world health data that can be sufficiently reproduced and shared for regulatory review, and also strategies to overcome the key challenges in that regard. We'll talk about some of the barriers to providing source data at the patient level, opportunities to address those barriers, standards, data standardization efforts that could improve the reliability of real-world data collection and its transformation into fit-for-purpose analytic data sets, and a whole set of important related issues. After a short break, we'll come back for session 3 on applications of artificial intelligence and real-world data studies. That's going to be moderated by Dr. Christina Silcox, Research Director for Digital Health at Duke-Margolis. This session will provide an overview of the policy issues in this rapidly developing space at the intersection between real-world evidence and artificial intelligence. We'll have some discussion around opportunities for collaboration and addressing these issues by our panelists. The panelists will discuss some use cases that highlight the opportunities and challenges at the interface of AI and real-world data in regulatory science, and we'll talk about AI-enabled endpoints, discoveries using real-world data, AI-enabled site and participant selection, and improvements in quality and accessibility of RWD. Then to round out the workshop, a couple final sessions, and in session final session, session 4, leveraging real-world data for pricing, coverage, and payment, be moderated by Nitsan Arad, who's Assistant Research Director at Duke-Margolis. The session will provide an overview of the current real-world evidence policy landscape, focusing on emerging opportunities and uses of real-world data and evidence to inform payment and coverage decisions for novel technologies, including discussions of developments in the IRA drug price negotiation program, where there are a lot of issues at stake, but one issue that CMS continues to highlight is their desire to find ways to use this program to encourage and support better real-world evidence development after products reach the market that can benefit Medicare beneficiaries. We'll also talk about the so-called TSET pathway, transitional coverage for emerging technologies, and evidence development to support learning more about devices and other products that evolve after they're on the market. And we'll talk about the cell and gene therapy access model and the need for better post-market evidence and real-world evidence in that context, in the context of curative long-term therapies as well. With sufficient clarity and specificity, further guidance on the relevance, the reliability, the quality of real-world data for these programs can enhance their predictability, their transparency, and help achieve CMS's goals. And I know there are challenges in getting these goals in these new areas where there is regulatory and policy uncertainty. We hope to clarify all of that. Finally, panelists will talk about how different stakeholders are using real-world data and real-world evidence to inform payment and coverage policies, including the impact of the IRA's drug pricing provision on the use of real-world evidence, as already mentioned, and strategic plans for stakeholders to engage on the types of real-world evidence and developing the data sources, reliable data sources that are fit for purpose for this real-world evidence development in the area of pricing, coverage, and payment policies. Okay, so that's a lot to cover. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce Rich Forshee for our keynote presentation today. Rich, I'd like to turn to you now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark, and thanks so much for the opportunity to speak here today. As mentioned, I'm Rich Forshee. I am the Deputy Director of the Office of Biostatistics and Pharmacovigilance in CBER FDA. Next slide, please. These are just my standard disclaimers. Most importantly, I want to emphasize that the presentation reflects my views and should not be construed to represent FDA's views or policies, although I've endeavored to accurately reflect all of those that I mention in this presentation. Next slide, please. So I want to start by reminding people of the role that uncertainty plays in all of the work that we do as regulators and as product developers and academic researchers in the area. This is a quote from John Allen Paulos. For those of you who don't know him, he is a mathematician and author. One of the great books that he wrote as a mathematician reads the newspaper. And in this quote, he's emphasizing that uncertainty is the only certainty there is, and knowing how to live with insecurity is the only security. And a lot of what I'll be discussing in this is how analyses of real-world data that generate real-world evidence can help us to address some of the uncertainty we need to deal with when making regulatory decisions. Next slide, please. So one of the other challenges in making regulatory decisions is that we have to have a way to integrate data that comes from many, many sources. And this is a slide that's available on the FDA's Flickr album. This poster is also in a prominent place on campus near our main cafeteria. And if you can go to the next slide, please. What's particularly notable is this is nothing new. This was originally produced for Senate testimony in 1964. The FDA commissioner at that time, George Larick, used the chart to illustrate the length to which, in deciding whether to approve or disapprove a given proposal, FDA reaches beyond its own staff to obtain data and advice. And all of this is still true. We have to have data from many different sources. We have to find a way to put all of that together in order to make an informed regulatory decision that meets all of the regulatory requirements that federal law has in place. Next slide, please. So I've roughly divided the presentation into three parts. I'm going to start by discussing the value of real-world evidence and how it complements randomized controlled trials. Then I'm going to have a section where I share at a high level some recent RWE activities at the FDA. And I'm going to close by providing a few CBER-specific examples where we have had projects to generate real-world evidence specifically related to vaccines. Next slide, please. So as Mark mentioned in his opening remarks, real-world evidence started to achieve a high level of prominence with the 21st Century Cures Act, which was passed in 2016. And this places additional focus on the use of these types of data, that is real-world data, to support regulatory decision-making. And importantly, the Act says, including approval of new indications for approved drugs. Next slide, please. And this builds on the definitions that, again, Mark introduced in his overview. The definitions that we have from the 2018 FDA framework on real-world evidence. Real-world data are data relating to patient health status and/or delivery of health care that's routinely collected from a variety of sources. And you can see some of those listed below, including electronic health records and medical claims data. And then real-world evidence is the clinical evidence regarding the usage and potential benefits and risks of a medical product that's derived from the analysis of RWD. And we at the FDA don't have specific study designs that we recommend. We think each potential use of RWE needs to be considered from the beginning of the research program. And it's very important that there be lots of interactions between a sponsor and the FDA, even during the protocol development stage, to make sure we can get the most robust real-world evidence possible. Next slide, please. The 21st Century Cures Act did require several deliverables from the FDA. We've been staying on track with all of those deliverables. One was for the FDA to establish a program to evaluate the potential use of RWE to support a new indication for a drug approved under Section 505C and to satisfy post-approval study requirements. I want to emphasize at this time that there's nothing new about real-world evidence being used at the FDA. In particular, RWE has long been used to help evaluate safety outcomes for the products that we're responsible to regulate. But with the 21st Century Cures Act, there's more of an emphasis to consider using real-world evidence for establishing the effectiveness of products, and particularly products that have already been approved and are seeking a new indication. Another deliverable was to produce a draft framework, and we issued this in 2018 that describes sources of data, challenges, opportunities, and other aspects of real-world evidence. We also were required to deliver a draft guidance for industry. We actually have several draft guidances that I'll show in the future. And it's important to remember that none of this that we're discussing with real-world evidence represents a change in the standard for substantial evidence to approve drug and biologics. That remains unchanged. We are not lowering standards. We're just considering how real-world evidence can help contribute to those decisions. Next slide, please. Again, Mark alluded to this, but I wanted to really emphasize in our presentation, we're dealing with real-world data, and when we're dealing with real-world data, these data are not collected or organized with the goal of supporting research, nor have they typically been optimized for such purposes. So it's critically important when trying to use real-world data to generate real-world evidence that we have a deep understanding of how those data were generated and collected, and to establish that they are actually fit for use for the intended analysis that you're going to generate. And it's also important to note that we can't give a blanket statement that a given source of data is fit for use for all purposes. We need to evaluate each specific analysis in order to understand whether the data are fit for use for that particular purpose. And again, this emphasizes why it's important to speak with the FDA early and often when you are considering using real-world data to generate real-world evidence. Next slide, please. The other point that I want everyone to take away from this presentation is that we aren't talking about a competition between real-world evidence and randomized controlled trials. It's not that one is better or worse than the other, but rather that many analyses of RWD can actually complement what we learn from RCTs, and that together that totality of evidence can help us come to more informed regulatory decisions. Just a few of the examples, and again, this is drawn from a New England Journal of Medicine article, a few of the ways that RWD can complement RCTs is they can generate hypotheses for prospective trials. They can assess the generalizability of findings from interventional trials. As we all know, RCTs will have a number of inclusion and exclusion criteria that may make it difficult to understand, to generalize to the broader population that may use the approved medicine. It also allows us to conduct safety surveillance of medical products. Again, this is something that's been done for quite a while now. In addition, we can examine changes in patterns of therapeutic use and measure and implement quality in healthcare delivery. Finally, and in many ways, one of the most challenging aspects of trying to use RWD is we can attempt to draw causal inferences about the treatment effects of medical products. Next slide, please. Of course, there are also numerous limitations of real-world evidence. In the time that I have here, I can't provide a comprehensive list, but some of the things to emphasize is that some RWE studies, in fact, I would say most RWE studies, are not randomized, and randomization provides many benefits for inference. Perhaps most importantly, it assures that you have balance in both measured and unmeasured potential confounders in the different groups that are included in the study. However, there are ways to try and help improve such balance in non-interventional studies. There are many possible sources of bias, and again, there are many ways to try and address those potential sources of bias. Oftentimes, there can be concerns about data quality. This is why it's so important to examine that a particular data source is fit for use for the planned analysis. And there can be concerns with publication bias and p-hacking. And what I mean by these two terms, publication bias, for better or worse, it is more difficult to publish findings that do not find a statistically significant result. So if you just look at the published studies, you may be seeing only the ones that had statistically significant findings and missing many others that were never published. And p-hacking is the potential for researchers to run many analyses and only publish the ones that fit most closely with their preferred outcomes. Next slide, please. I want to point out a particular article that was published about 2 years ago with John Concato and Jacqueline Corrigan Curry, my colleagues at CEDAR that I work closely with, titled Real World Evidence, Where Are We Now? And this was trying to address what was viewed as challenges in the way people were using the terms real world data and real world evidence, and in particular emphasizing that they've been used inconsistently and interchangeably when they are really two distinct things. So the article addressed some common misconceptions. It provided a conceptual overview of study design, described the FDA guidance and demonstration projects, and highlighted regulatory approvals and offered a path forward. Next slide, please. These are the two misconceptions that article addressed. The first is that RWD and RWE are new concepts. And from the article, it says, in reality, sources of data and types of study design haven't fundamentally changed, but electronic access to more detailed clinical data is evolving, and the data are becoming more relevant and reliable. And the second misconception was that there is a simple dichotomy of randomized trials versus observational studies. Whereas in reality, clinical trials are defined by assignment of treatment according to an investigational protocol, and single-arm trials face challenges similar to those in observational studies in determining whether any difference observed in clinical outcomes compared to an external control group represent actual treatment effects. Next slide, please. And this chart included in the article tries to put this more on a continuum of randomized interventional studies to non-randomized, non-interventional studies, rather than viewing it as a simple dichotomy. And in this chart, as you go from the left to the right on this, you're seeing an increasing reliance on real-world data to generate real-world evidence. And again, I recommend that people take a look at this article. I think it provides a really good foundation for some of the challenges that we're facing in the RWE space. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows a summary of the FDA guidances that have either had the final version issued or have been issued in draft. As you can see, we've been very busy generating what we hope are useful guidances for real-world data and real-world evidence. All of these can be found on the FDA's real-world evidence page, and you can get to these and read them in detail for yourself. Next slide, please. Next, I want to mention what we're doing under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, the 7th iteration that covers fiscal years 2023 to 2027. One of the most important aspects was the requirement that FDA establish an advancing real-world evidence program to identify approaches for real-world evidence that meet regulatory requirements. This is also a way for us to develop our internal capabilities and to make sure that we promote consistent decision-making on submissions that include real-world evidence. This program is up and running, and I'll say a little bit more about it in an upcoming slide. There's also a reporting requirement that we give an annual update describing submissions to CDER and CBER on the real-world data and real-world evidence analyses that have been submitted. We are required by the end of 2025 to convene a public workshop or meeting to discuss case studies focusing on how to generate real-world evidence that meets regulatory requirements. And finally, by the end of 2026, FDA will use the lessons learned from the Advancing RWE program to update existing or generate new real-world evidence-related guidance documents. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the Advancing Real-World Evidence. This is a new CDER, CBER, and Oncology Center of Excellence program under PDUFA 7. The meeting will provide a sponsor that is accepted into the program up to 4 meetings with the agency to enable early discussion regarding the potential use of RWE in medical product development. It's an optional pathway that provides additional interaction with RWE experts from across the FDA, but the established pathways are still available for submissions, including real-world evidence. There's 2 deadlines each year, March 31 and September 30th, and we'll be accepting 1 to 2 requests per cycle in FY23 and 24. And sponsors will be notified whether they've been selected, whether they're an alternate, or whether their request was denied within 45 days of the deadline. And I've included a URL with a link to further information. Next slide, please. So the program goals are to advance approaches for generating RWE that meet regulatory requirements in support of labeling for effectiveness. Again, here's that distinction between RWE for effectiveness versus safety, or for meeting post-approval study requirements. The program is also intended to develop agency processes that promote consistent decision-making and shared learning regarding real-world evidence, and to promote awareness of characteristics of RWE that can support regulatory decisions by allowing the FDA to discuss study designs considered in the Advancing RWE program in a public forum. Next slide. I'm going to close by giving a couple of examples of real-world evidence work that we've done at CBER. Next slide, please. So one early study that we did looked at the live attenuated herpes zoster vaccine using the Medicare population, 65 years and older. And this was to provide evidence both of the effectiveness and the duration of protection of the vaccine. And we were able to show that there was waning of effectiveness of the live attenuated herpes zoster vaccine. And there was an editorial commentary published with this that talked about the importance of this study demonstrating the utility of large linked databases in the evaluation of vaccine effectiveness, and suggesting that such studies should be considered for all newly introduced vaccines. Next slide. This study examined for the 2012-2013 season high-dose versus standard dose influenza comparative vaccine effectiveness, and was published in Lancet. The motivation for this is that older individuals, 65 and older, don't have as strong an immune response to influenza vaccines. And so there has been a considerable effort to try and find ways to increase that immune response to have higher effectiveness. And one of the early ways of doing this was simply to have a higher dose in the vaccine that was given to those 65 plus. This analysis was able to show that in the 2012-2013 season, the high dose was indeed more effective than the standard dose. And it's important that the results that we found were very, very similar to a randomized study that was conducted at around the same time. And there was a very positive editorial highlighting the methods, and this was also presented at an ACIP meeting. Next slide, please. Finally, we conducted an RWE study, again using the Medicare population, looking at the relative effectiveness of cell-cultured flu vaccine versus other kinds of flu vaccines. As many of you may know, most influenza vaccines are cultured in eggs, and there is some concern that there may be some drift in the strain of the influenza while it's being cultured in the egg. And so there is an alternative that uses a cell-based medium in order to culture the flu vaccine. And this allowed a real-world evidence study to see whether the cell cultured was more effective. And we did see a slightly greater effectiveness for the 2017-2018 season. And these results were presented again at an ACIP meeting. Next slide, please. So looking forward, this is taken from a New England Journal of Medicine article. The FDA remains committed to robust policy development aligned with the 21st Century Cures Act while maintaining evidentiary standards and honoring our obligation to protect and promote public health. Focusing on the distinction between interventional studies and non-interventional studies can help researchers, sponsors, and regulators better understand and describe relevant methodologic issues, and gaining more experience, including the conduct of rigorous non-interventional studies, will help to advance drug development. Next slide. So with that, I will say thank you, and if we could go to my final slide, and then I will wrap up. Just wanted to share a photo of one of the benches that we have on campus, and this is my favorite. FDA insists reality matters. And I'll wrap up here. Thank you all very much for your time and attention.
Hey, Rich, thanks very much. I appreciate that bench and also your through lines, embracing the certainty of uncertainty, but also noting how much progress there has been, the continuity of some of the core challenges in interpreting data and integrating, using good methods integrated into evidence, but how much progress we're making in that regards. I think that's a great setup for the rest of our session. So we really appreciate your joining us. And with that, I'd like to turn to our research director for real world evidence, Dr. Rachel Hendricks Stirrup, for the next panel and the next steps for our event today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark and Rich. That amazing and wonderful opening remarks for the event. And now I'm really excited to kick us off for our first session. As I was introduced, my name is Rachel Hendricks Stirrup, and I'm the Research Director of Real World Evidence here at the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy. We are based in Washington, D.C. and Durham, North Carolina at our main Duke University campus. Mark mentioned we honor the spirit and tradition of academic independence. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about our latest developments in that regard as we cover some of the latest updates in the state of real-world evidence policy. For this session, we will kick off with just a summary of our collaborative, our real-world evidence collaborative activities over the past year. I'm going to highlight some of our latest white paper publications and developments therein to really discuss how our work so far continues to advance our institute's goals around advancing real-world evidence policy across multiple domains, which I'll cover shortly. I'll provide an update on some of the latest FDA developments, elaborating more on what Rich covered and what Mark also covered today. Also talking a little bit about some international developments that are equally important to inform and advance real-world evidence policy across medical product regulatory domains. And then I'll conclude our session with a fireside chat with two individuals joining us from the Evidence Base and Agency IQ by Politico. I'll introduce them shortly. So as we move into the next slide, I first want to provide just an overview of our Real-World Evidence Collaborative's strategic plan. So as you see here, we have multiple strategic priorities within the Institute as it relates to real-world evidence policy. In no particular order, we're committed to advancing real-world evidence to routinely inform regulatory decision-making, as I've mentioned, and as you've heard already today. And that is in partnership with members of our Real-World Evidence Collaborative, as were observed by organizations like the FDA. We also have an interest in advancing real-world evidence to support reasonable and necessary payer coverage. Also to foster collaboration and harmonization across ecosystems, including but not limited to international agencies, as I've mentioned. And then, last but not least, real-world evidence is critical to integrate research into routine care, especially in areas where more information might be needed in order to effectively manage and produce the best possible patient outcomes. So we engage with our advisory group and members of our Real-World Evidence Collaborative to accomplish these goals. What you see here on this slide tells you that we all collaborate to directly inform national and international regulatory agency thoughts and developments as they engage in the state of real-world evidence policy and advancing it. We collaborate to ensure real-world data is capable of generating high quality and compelling evidence. Importantly, real-world evidence is crucial to support timely and patient access to innovative treatments and treatment approaches, to the point that I raised earlier about integrating research into routine care, where really this is possible in this specific regard. And then lastly, real-world evidence is key to improve post-market evidence that may offer meaningful insights for regulatory agencies, policymakers, payers, providers, and others, especially patients. My next slide, we want to first talk a little bit more, or at least dig in a little bit more to or within the scope of international harmonization developments. So in June 2022, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, or we'll call that ICMRA for short, they issued a joint statement. And this group comprised of FDA, Health Canada, and the European Medicines Agency, so where they came together and said, where are areas for collaboration that are needed today? What are they? And what can we agree on as far as what we can publicly commit to today? And one of the first areas of collaboration mentioned in this statement is harmonization of real-world data and evidence terminologies. So that means generating standardized definitions of real-world data and evidence, leveraging existing international conference on harmonization activities, and other areas that are equally important, such as the convergence of real-world data on real-world evidence guidance and best practices. These are things we continue to see today. I'll cover some of that shortly. Also, readiness and transparency continue to be critical as we not only select, but adjudicate proper sources, and proper being that they are relevant and reliable and of sufficient quality, sources of real-world evidence to inform regulatory decision-making in a way that ensures confidence in not just the FDA, but the public writ large. Next slide. So I'm proud to share with you all a brief image of what's available online to anyone, anywhere really, on our Duke-Margolis webpage. The link is noted here at the bottom. So this is our International Harmonization of Real-World Evidence dashboard. This dashboard is a compilation of guidance documents published by the FDA and several agencies worldwide, including supporting documents that might not necessarily be regulatory documents, but documents to also support international, or at least support work that is meant to cultivate international harmonization efforts around real-world evidence and its standards. So to date, as you see here, we've identified, as we've compiled all of this information, a lot of which we've also translated into English in areas where it was not already available in English online. 3 regulatory agencies, that being the European Medicines Agency, the FDA, and the TFDA, they have all defined the following terms that the real-world evidence policy stakeholder community have defined or identified as being critical to define, getting to my earlier point around harmonization or convergence around definitions. Those are quality, reliability, relevance, and also the definition of real-world data and evidence themselves. Next slide. Now, as you see here, the dashboard provides you with very detailed information as far as not only what are these terms that are crucial to define and track, but or rather, how are agencies defining these terms? Our dashboard allows anyone, again, anywhere, to identify this. And so, as you see, and as I've mentioned, the European Medicines Agency and FDA, they have defined all 5 of these terms that you see here. We encourage you all to take a look at this dashboard. We find it to be very useful to support not only our work, but others have come to us to tell us that this work, or at least this dashboard, has a great utility to support their work as they try to find in various places, especially as it can be cumbersome to find it all online. They're looking for somewhere to find all of this information in one place. And so, as a courtesy to the public, we developed this dashboard in partnership with the Real World Evidence Collaborative and our advisory group to make sure that we all have something reliable and traceable to identify not only what these definitions are, but how they're being defined across regulatory agencies. We are seeing definitional alignment in some areas, but not so much in others. And so that means there's still more work to do. But the first step is to actually bring it all together so we can see what it looks like and we can all talk about it together. Next slide. So as I mentioned, we're already seeing some international harmonization effort underway. The most notable one is what I've mentioned before, the International Conference or Council on Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use, that is the ICH. It is a group of international regulatory stakeholders that have come together to put a document called the ICH M14 Draft Guideline, or Principles on the Plan, Design, and Analysis of Pharmacoepidemiological Studies that use real-world data for safety assessments of medicines. Each regulatory agency has taken this document and put it forth amongst the public for comment. And so this is one of the key developments that we observed this year. The ICH, in fact, released this document back in May, and comments continue to be solicited. In fact, the FDA put forth this very same document. The FDA put forth this document to the American public just this month, July of 2024. And you can see the screenshot for this here. So we continue to monitor these types of developments. We encourage you all to take a look at this and get engaged with the community if you're not already, to review it and think, strategically about what we can recommend around international harmonization around especially the 4 or 5 terms that I mentioned, which includes the definition of real world data and evidence itself. Next slide. So I am happy to also share some latest FDA guidance and developments that we continue to track here at the Duke-Margolis Institute. As Rich Forshee mentioned, the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, in partnership with the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA, they released online a list of use cases or submissions that contain real-world evidence that was considered by each of the centers within the agency. And so we encourage you all to take a look at these 2 tools. This is something, again, that we track very closely here at the Institute. Also, we're happy to share with everyone joining us today some additional latest FDA developments. That includes the 3 guidance documents that you see here. Just this year, or within the past year, FDA released, or at least finalized rather, 3. One of them being guidance on assessing registries to support regulatory decision-making for drugs and biological products, data standards for drug and biological product submissions containing real-world data. And then lastly, or last but not least, and in fact, this is the latest development that we tracked just yesterday. FDA released their final guidance on assessing electronic health record and medical claims data to support regulatory decision-making for drug and biological products. Next slide. And then over the past year, FDA released draft guidance documents. So we observed and continue to discuss, in fact, with our real-world evidence collaborative members and submit comments directly to FDA on these topics here, demonstrating substantial evidence of effectiveness with one adequate and well-controlled clinical investigation and confirmatory evidence. This draft guidance, again, was released in September of last year. We saw in March of this year, FDA released draft guidance on considerations regarding non-interventional studies for drug and biological products. And then also we saw draft guidance released on the topic of supporting regulatory decision-making for medical devices. Next slide. Now, here are the latest developments here at the Institute, either in ancillary or direct support of our comments, in fact, that we've submitted to FDA recently. So we published just over the past couple of months, back in May specifically, a white paper focused on regulatory fit-for-purpose considerations for patient-generated health data. So thinking of the terms that I covered earlier, relevance, reliability, quality, what do these terms mean to agencies, regulatory agencies like FDA, but as it is specific to patient-generated health data? Real-world evidence to support causal inference and methodological considerations for non-interventional studies. This is a white paper that we're especially proud of, since it, in fact, was developed and also cited in comments that we've even submitted to FDA on this topic. And then today, we released our latest 2023 Real-World Evidence Collaborative White Paper focused on applying real-world data and evidence for accelerated approvals and coverage decisions, looking at the convergence of real-world data and evidence to support both regulatory and payer decisions. Next slide. So here's a brief overview of our white paper focused on patient-generated health data and it being fit for purpose. We, within this paper, have a table of considerations. Again, as I mentioned, we highlight relevance, reliability, and quality, and describe it based on what we've learned from the FDA as far as how they describe or have come to evaluate various sources of patient-generated health data to consider them as fit for purpose in this regard. So patient-generated health data sources that we focus on in this paper are wearables and mobile app data, direct-to-consumer genetic testing data, patient-powered registry data, and lastly, patient-reported outcomes data. To the extent all of this data is generated, again, by patients themselves, which they usually are, outside of clinical trials, here are considerations with respect to these forms of data being fit for purpose to support regulatory decision-making. Next slide. Here's a quick overview of what we cover in our white paper focused on leveraging causal inference methods to evaluate observational data in non-interventional studies. In this white paper, we cover the 3 frameworks that you see here: the Estimand framework, target trial framework, and the causal roadmap framework. Now, I do want to highlight that while the FDA has mentioned that they do not endorse the use of one framework over the other, they encourage sponsors to describe their proposed approach to support causal inference and mitigate bias and confounding. Also, I want to mention that the target trial and Estimand framework can be combined to help facilitate choices around the best Estimand. And we discuss that in more detail in the white paper, so we encourage you all to have a look at it. Next slide. Now, in our final white paper that we released today, we do highlight evidentiary alignment considerations for regulators and payers. Some highlights within the paper are what you see here: real-world context and endpoint selection, generalizability and representativeness, data repositories and registries, external controls, post-market point-of-care trials, and then lastly, considerations for private payers. We do provide within this white paper several case analyses of different drugs that have gone through the accelerated approval process, and also and subsequently came with payer decisions as far as what is covered and what isn't, based on a preponderance of real-world data by regulators within the regulatory, or rather within the accelerated approval pipeline. So again, we encourage you all to have a look at this. And if you have any questions about any of these white papers, you can certainly feel free to reach out to anyone on the real-world evidence policy team at Duke-Margolis. We'll provide our contact information during this event for those of you who are interested. Next slide. I want to highlight a workstream effort that we have ongoing this year. It is focused on operationalizing electronic health record source data for quality, relevance, and reliability. This does complement the latest draft guidance that we saw released by FDA just this week, focused on electronic health record data. Again, it also aligns with us tracking these key terms, relevance, reliability, and quality as functions of what makes real-world data fit for purpose. And we focus specifically on the life cycle of EHR data as it has been illustrated and described by the FDA. So looking at various phases, including the data creation, curation phases, and what that means as far as operationalizing these three terms that we describe here: quality, relevance, and reliability. Next slide. All right. One additional area of development that we follow quite closely is what you see here in peer-reviewed literature. So we find that members of the FDA and other regulatory agencies, they publish commentary, special communications viewpoints that are especially helpful to inform not just our understanding, but the understanding of our real-world evidence collaborative members, as it concerns what is and what isn't real-world data. When can real-world data generate real-world evidence? Why is evidence generation important to regulators, and why should it also matter to payers? We encourage everyone here to have a look at these papers. One special thing that I'd like to note that came up in at least one of these papers is, how do we often conflate the definition of real-world data and real-world evidence as it relates to whether it's generated in clinical trial settings or not? So essentially, what we learned together is that real-world data is data that is effectively data that is not generated in a clinical trial setting. It's generated in the real world. So looking at wearables data, if wearables data is collected as part of a clinical trial, then it is in fact not real-world data, it's clinical trial data. And that's a very important distinction to draw as we understand not only the types of data, but the contextual factors that follow the data to lend us toward a better understanding of whether it's real-world data or not. Next slide. So now I would like to move into our fireside chat and introduce our panelists for session one. I am very happy to introduce Joanne Walker, who is the co-founder and publishing director at Bucharest Publishing. She serves as the executive director of the Journal of Comparative Effectiveness Research as well, and the Evidence Base, which is a free-to-access online hub providing news, opinions, and insights into topics like real-world data, health economics, and outcomes research. I'm also proud to have us joined by Laura D'Angelo, who's the Director of Life Sciences Regulatory Policy and Intelligence Division at Agency IQ by Politico. Laura specializes in regulatory issues related to medical devices, diagnostics, digital health, and novel data sources. So with that being said, I will ask you both to join on camera if you haven't already, and we will go ahead and get started with a few discussion items that you all have prepared for us today. So I will go ahead and pass it to Laura.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick-Stirrup, for that overview. And I would like to say just also thank you for inviting me, longtime attender of these events, and they've always been very high quality. So getting started a little bit from my end, I would like to talk today about trend analysis and tracking the policy landscape. Dr. Hendrick-Stirrup had a pretty solid overview of the way that Duke-Margolis does. And I would also add a plug for the Duke-Margolis RWE policy dashboard, which I think is one of the most comprehensive ways that we do tracking. But next slide, please. In the US, I think a version of this slide has been shown by every speaker so far. And I would just highlight from here, these are the US FDA guidance documents, a selection of them over the last year. There is this one finalized from September 2022. But in conducting trend analysis, as we've kind of heard so far today, and we will continue to hear for the rest of the day, there are so many moving pieces in this particular policy landscape, and understanding where the policy is coming from, how to find it, and what we're expecting going forward is kind of, to my end, a key aspect of ensuring policy intelligence in this area. We just got a final guidance yesterday, as Dr. Hendrick-Stirrup noted, on electronic health data, which is both EHR and claims data. And I would even note, so this slide has been updated since yesterday, but I would also note Dr. Forshee had an indicator on his version of this slide that was the agency's currently working on a guidance on RCTs in clinical practice settings, which not reflected on the slide because it's in development. I would bucket these guidance documents into kind of two big buckets for trend analysis, which are guidance documents on data sources themselves. We've got the electronic health data guidance, we've got the registries guidance, and then we also have guidance on methods. So the RCTs in clinical practice settings guidance will be a methods guidance. We've got the new guidance that Dr. Hendrick-Stirrup talked about from March 2024 on non-interventional studies is a methods guidance document. And for intelligence and policy tracking perspective, it's important to understand how these guidance documents work together, what their different scopes are, and the ways in which they're intended to kind of link together. Next slide, please. I would also highlight from a policy intelligence perspective, understanding what's coming down the pipeline and what we can expect to see in the ways that different projects, pilots, demonstration projects, even published literature from regulators, the way that those work into policy development. Dr. Forshee also presented a slide like this, which are the PDUFA 7 commitments related to real world data and evidence, the Advancing RWE pilot, which he could describe better than I ever could, Sentinel, which is in the US, our real world data-based vigilance program, is currently working on methods developments projects related to negative controls, including double negative controls in vaccine efficacy and pregnancy safety studies. And what we know from the PDUFA commitments is that we are expecting public workshops where we will hear the ways in which this has gone so far with the information and methods available to us as we have them so far, that will lead to guidance updates, potentially either updates to the guidance we have or new guidance altogether. So in the next couple of years, that list of guidance documents that we're all presenting is going to look very different, and just ensuring that we are staying kind of up to date with what's happening to keep our lists up to date remains a challenge. And that is in the US alone. And next slide, please. And a quick overview of what we've currently got going on in the European side. A lot of these topics were discussed earlier today, and I'm sure will continue to be points of discussion during this event. We've got generally the same buckets where we've got guidelines and projects on sources of data, on registry study guidelines, Darwin EU, and regulatory examples, and then reflection papers on methods, on non-interventional studies, similar kind of to the journey we're undergoing in the US FDA, and an ongoing look at how we build a roadmap for policy from the methodology working group and the CHMP. And these are all current work streams that will have publications ideally in the next couple of years that we are currently tracking, at least on our end. And next slide, please. And Dr. Hendricks-Stirrup also talks a little bit about these, the need to harmonize real world data and evidence, key terminology. I personally was pretty heartened in reading the ICH M14, which we certainly have been waiting for a while. In reading through that, the definitions of conceptual definition and operational definition for real world data analysis really were largely the same as those that were finalized into the electronic health data guidance just earlier this week. So it's nice to see when definitions are carried through internationally from a regulatory perspective. But there's certainly a lot of work to be done in this area, and just understanding where those gaps exist, but also what every regulator that you can possibly track has on their agenda currently going forward will help us understand kind of where we're going from the regulatory perspective. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Laura. Joanne or Joe, please take it from here with your opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you for, just again, like Laura say, thanks for inviting me to take part in this session. So I don't actually have any slides to share, but I just wanted to sort of really echo, what Laura has said, on the evidence base, we really sort of do try and track, as much as is happening, globally, internationally in this space. And, we've sort of covered all the various elements that Laura has picked on. So it shows that there is a real interest in this area. And that is definitely what our readers want to see. They, when we sort of look at, what people are reading, it's everything to do with, the regulatory guidance, that sort of thing. I think, I would like to say that I'm coming from a European perspective, but in the UK, I'm not really sure that I'm allowed to say that. But, we do track things, especially within Europe. And I think one of the things to look out for that we're really looking forward to is the sort of European health data space, and how that's really going to sort of harmonize, primary and secondary use of data across the region. Even though there's a European Union, it's still quite fragmented, how different health systems work, that sort of thing. So having that and enabling sort of citizens to use their data as well, I think is going to be a really important development to watch as well. And also, we're sort of tracking how real world evidence converges with within the HTA space as well, because there's a lot of the methodologies, etc. Sort of what can be used within the HTA studies as well as sort of the regulatory studies. And NICE, for instance, have their real world evidence framework. So we've been tracking the recent developments to that framework. It was originally published in sort of June last year, and I think they've already released an updated version with sort of recent developments and sort of methodologies and linking to other guidances as well. And I think looking at this policy wise as well, I think the main thing that we really want to sort of see is, as Rachel is, standardization of the terminology of real world data and real world evidence. Having a sort of global definition as such as what these two mean. What are the different data sources that can be used? Although it can't actually be a definitive list because it's always going to grow. How the data can be used. What sort of evidence can be generated, and also I think just use cases and case studies. The EMA has their sort of metadata, or their list of the catalogs of real world data sources and studies that are ongoing or have been completed. And I was looking at that earlier, and I think it's such a really good resource for people to understand the different types of real world evidence studies that can be carried out, the different types of real world data sources that are available. So I think having just all these different resources, and this is probably something that Duke-Margolis can do, having that all the resources available tracked in one place is actually going to be really helpful as well for everybody in this space to sort of really understand what's going on. So that was my sort of thoughts on the topic.
Wonderful. Well, we've got about 5 minutes for an open Q&A. I have some questions prepared for you both, but we also have questions rolling in from the audience. One audience member asked if we can extrapolate a bit more on evidence coming from the real world evidence side to satisfy regulatory, or at least address regulatory decision making. So real world evidence for regulatory purposes. What does that look like, and what are we tracking these days around that? I know at Duke-Margolis, we tend to track data, or at least real world data coming from electronic health record sources, especially claims data sources, to the extent that, you know, services were billed and reimbursed. What are other types of evidence sources that you all tend to track across use cases that you follow in the news, or yourselves in general?
I would jump in quickly just to, take a step back, and the difference between, primary use of electronic health record data, for example, and claims data versus its use as real world data, and then the transition or transformation from real world data into regulatory grade real world data, which is what kind of the data source guidance documents out of FDA are. That's what the registry guidance document is, and the electronic health data final guidance document is, which is the transition of, this is a large field of data that has its own primary use, and then the transition from that into real world data that is regulatory grade, and then the methods which transition and create the analysis into regulatory grade real world evidence. And I think we are, with this final guidance from yesterday, we're kind of moving in a way of, we understand what regulatory grade real world data is, and then the methods development to real world evidence is kind of, those are the pilot projects we have going on even at this moment with negative controls out of Sentinel. So those things. And then there's always one, emerging data sources. So patient generated health data, digital health technologies, but then the transition of real world data, the field of data itself. Just today, for example, the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology, or ONC, which is the entity within HHS that oversees at a super high level, the standardization of data in EHRs, got elevated. It has a new name. It's now, I think, the Assistant Secretary for something. It literally came through earlier today. Miki Tripathi is now, who was the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology as of today, is an Assistant Secretary of HHS. And ONC is always making differences to certified EHR technology. The coding systems in EHRs are constantly being updated. The Medicare program itself is always being updated, and what those things mean for the way that real world data is considered, the way that we're linking data, the way that data is gapping, or when codes break, how you're mapped. So I think that's probably 18 levels up, but also 18 levels down. There are just so many sources, and it's not just FDA policy that's changing. It's coverage policy, it's pharmacy policy, it's interoperability.
And just adding that as well, I think for me, one of the most sort of interesting uses of real world data can be from sort of registry studies that can be used, especially as, an external control arm for like rare diseases, where, the RCTs aren't sort of ethical, feasible, practical. So I think that's a really interesting use, and sort of monitoring, the case studies. I know there's a few studies that are now being published where they've sort of confirmed that actually it does prove effectiveness. And I think that's a really interesting aspect, that real world data can be used to sort of really contextualize the effectiveness of that product as well.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we've got time for one more question. We do have one question from the audience. With so many guidance and white papers being published globally on this subject on a regular basis, how would our panelists here recommend that sponsors and real world data vendors keep track of these? And does the panel envision a uniform global standard in the near future or the foreseeable future?
I will just say to track the Duke-Margolis, sign up to the evidence base, follow agency IQ. There's lots of different, resources that are collating all that information, and it's quite timely as well. And Yeah, just, I mean, to be honest, for us as well, LinkedIn, follow the regulators on LinkedIn. You can, they always put out posts about when there's new guidance, that sort of thing. So I think that's quite the information is out there. You might just have to find it resourcefully.
Yeah. Joe and I think, are on the same page, which is in order to track policies, you should track more things, including get more emails and follow more people. I would also, adding to Joe, yes-anding her as I so often do. The agendas out of regulators will indicate what they're working on for the next couple of years. Attending events like this, where Dr. Forshee is saying we are working on an RCT and clinical practice setting guidance document, this year's CBER guidance agendas, the work plans from EMA's various working parties, those things, at least you'll be able to build a calendar that says by 2025, we're expecting this guidance to have been updated. So at least that way it's built into your look ahead for the year. And if you don't have that,
Absolutely.
I do. Email me.
Wonderful. Awesome. And, I do want to add myself, given that, we have to at Duke-Margolis consistently track these developments to keep the dashboard populated and up to date. It is a bit of a hunt to find all of the documents in various places. And it's especially true given that not every document is published in English. And so they're not always searchable in English, or regulators have different dissemination practices, even as they publish documents online. Some send out newsletters to alert you to these things, some don't. Some share them mainly in peer-reviewed publications, and so you have to look for them there. And so you also have to get a feel for the regulators' style, or the publishing bodies, a style of communication, in order to make sure that you're meeting them where they are as far as their dissemination efforts go. It is something that we're continuously working on and learning at Duke-Margolis, and we, like Laura and Joe, we encourage you all to follow the resources that have been built and that are available to you online as we continue to learn and follow these developments together. Now, that being said, I want to give a big thanks to Laura and Joe for joining us. We are very excited to continue our event for today, and we were grateful to have you both here to learn not just your thoughts on these topics, but rather your current practices as far as how you keep yourselves up to date and what you're looking out for in the near term. So all of this is great information, and we are, again, very glad to have had you all with us for session 1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Now, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and turn it to our Assistant Research Director here at the Duke-Margolis Institute, Dr. Shrevenlock.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Great discussions so far. I'm thrilled to be kicking off our second session here on source data access for decision makers. This has been a hot topic for us among the RWE Evidence Collaborative over the past year or two, and really looking forward to this panel to dive into some of the questions and issues and hopefully solutions. This session is going to aim to identify common challenges and access to high quality, reliable, and relevant real-world data sufficient for regulatory review and strategies to overcome those challenges. We're going to discuss barriers in providing regulators with source data, including patient-level data, and might get a little bit into standardization efforts that could improve how we collect data and eventually transform it into research-ready data sets. I'm going to start by introducing our panelists and then hand it off to them for some brief opening remarks. And then we'll fill the rest of the hour with discussion. So I'm joined today by Dina Jaff, World Evidence and Data Strategist for Oracle Life Sciences, Stella Cheng, Senior Vice President of Life Sciences Customer Success and Engagement at Omni Health, Katie Sadowski, a Senior Associate Director of World Evidence Analytics at Boehringer Ingelheim, and Nicholas Honig, Head of Regulatory and Senior Counsel at Aetion. As I said, we'll give each folks a few minutes, starting with Dina. You can take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jaffe, just so you have that. There is a slide, I think, that hopefully, yep, and I will tell you when to click. Thank you. So as a member of the Duke-Margolis RWE Collaborative, so I'm joining this conversation from the perspective of the data curator, sitting along the pipeline between the healthcare providers' input and research EHR. My role and that of my group at Oracle Health is to ensure that the research EHR is high quality, reliable, and relevant. So with regard to the question of our barriers to providing regulators with source data and how to address them, I think we need to look at the life cycle of the data. So you could click on this slide. Hopefully it'll come in. Yep. So we start with the source data. Oracle Health has the Cerner Millennium platform that allows a provider to manage the day-to-day patient care. This source data is obviously clinicians document the clinical treatment. So click again, please. Yeah. And now here's where we start managing the data. The data sits in a secured environment, right? That's the box, and it's secured, and it's governed by the ONC's 21st Century Cures Act for seamless, secure access, exchange, and use of electronic health information. Just some of the highlights there is interoperability to interface and align all patient data and standardize it across providers. The HIPAA laws, which is a provider-to-provider exchange or a treatment-based exchange. And then the Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, or TEFCA, which is the addition of hoping to add the more Ps to the exchange. So not just provider to provider, but also payers and patients. So one more click. Yep. So in addition to that, right, you have the healthcare provider. You then have the healthcare system, which I'm going to use the HIPAA term of covered entity. So the covered entity or the healthcare system not only takes care of its patient, but it takes care of its patient population. And as the business associates, we are asked by the covered entities to assist them with their population management. So that is also in a separate and secured environment. Click again. Yep, now we have the next subset. A subset of these covered entities, of these healthcare systems, want their data curated for research. And that is covered by where we as the business associates are subject to multiple sets of legal obligations, included our HIPAA compliance, because it's no longer being used for direct patient care. It's now being used for secondary purposes. So it has to be de-identified, as well as the data use agreements and the legal obligations we have to these covered entities with regard to collecting the data, de-identifying the data, and aggregating it within certain parameters and controls. Okay, one more click, and then I will stop bothering you. Finally, as part of HIPAA, as part of our expert determination of HIPAA, there is the keeping our data in a closed environment, in a closed system. So again, it's another secured environment. And here we have 4 what we call walled gardens, or environments where people who have access and authority to work in each one aren't necessarily allowed to access any data in the other. Okay, so let's go back to the original question of what are the barriers and opportunities to providing regulators with the source data at the patient level. So the answer is yes, which is a vague answer, but it's also a positive answer. It's just complicated. The barriers are HIPAA and data use agreements, right? We don't give out identifiable data for HIPAA reasons. We don't share patient data for data use agreements with the covered entities, but sharing data with with FDA, because they want to ensure reliable and quality data. We consider it, and we've had use cases of this, consider it that they want to audit the data that is being presented to them. So there the answer is yes, but, and as it was mentioned before, to have the conversation with FDA, to understand the scope, to make sure we clearly lay out and present the data life cycle so that when FDA says, this is the scope of the question, this is the scope of the data, and this is the type of source data that we're looking for, that is an important factor. We understand that we're not exporting data to FDA, rather we're allowing FDA access to specific data. And then that would also, by laying this out, we would have the conversation with FDA and say, in which walled garden do you need the access? And finally, we are obligated to inform our covered entities of this data sharing or the access that we would be providing. So I think the answer to that question would be there are barriers, there are opportunities as well. I'll hand it over to the next one.
Thanks so much for that great walkthrough. Stella, we'll go to you next.
Okay, thank you, Trevin, and thank you, Duke-Margolis, for including me on this panel. I think that, you know, the four of us come to this discussion with a shared interest to support regulatory use of RWE, but you know, we have slightly varied, but you know, equally relevant experiences. So I come from a background of providing RWD to researchers. I've, you know, worked at payer, government, and EHR organizations that design and provide analytically ready research data that come from patient, payer, and provider sources. And I'm currently at Omni Health, where, you know, we've built an RWD platform for healthcare organizations to collaborate with researchers. And the reality is that most researchers and regulators don't have the time or resources to collect and get RWD from the source, given that, you know, generating evidence often require data collection across multiple sources in order to get the, you know, the necessary scale and representation. And the result is that we all access RWD after it has been aggregated and processed, you know, for the most part, from a variety of sources. Recent guidance from FDA, as well as Dr. Forshee's opening comments, do recognize that this is a reality, but I think that it's always important to keep that in the forefront. So it's important for the analysts and researchers to remember this when you're interrogating the data, and it's important for regulators to remember this as you're interrogating the data, even or as you are evaluating the quality of evidence that is generated from RWD. So real-world data is not new, but for a long time we've had a fairly limited swim lane in that we're using administrative claims and registries. I think that with the near universal adoption of EHRs, as well as continued guidance coming from, I guess it's now the agency formerly known as ONC, as well as the availability of new data sources like patient-generated data. And you couple that with new technologies that can analyze unstructured data at scale. It means that we have access to more and potentially better evidence. Now, whether these data are generating accurate and reliable results then becomes harder to determine. So it would be great if we could require that data are collected in a manner that better supports research and RWE. And and there are ways that we can improve data at the point of collection, but as we all know, it's RWD, and so the data collection is coming. The data collection for research is secondary to patient management, administration, and all the other reasons why these data were generated in the first place. There are also certain ground rules, which, Dina had mentioned, such as patient de-identification or data use agreements that, dictate the availability of certain data elements as well as traceability to the source. So that is also something that, can be a challenge and need to be taken into consideration as, you're evaluating data. And what this all means is that our reality is that data standardization will come largely after the data are collected. But given all that, I do believe that we can succeed in the regulatory use of RWD and RWE, and we can make sound decisions as long as we can establish transparency and standardization. And of course, that's, not easy. And, therein lies a challenge when you have an unprecedented variety of data sources and tools that, we currently have in front of us. So I think what that means is that more than ever, researchers and regulators need to understand the context in which the data were collected, the subsets of patients that they were collected from, and also the transformations of the data leading up to their use. We also need to understand that, with EHRs, that's not a monolith. The standardization can vary by the data element. For example, prescriptions and diagnoses follow coding conventions established with claims, and those are standardized. However, with medical devices, clinical observations they're likely not standardized at the point of data collection. And then you have other data elements such as test results or patient-reported outcomes, which may or may not be, depending on how they were recorded in the EHR. So that's just talking about the data source. And of course, we also need to consider what is the question on hand, what is the evidence that needs to be generated. And what this all comes to is that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Best of fit, matters more than ever. So to underscore what, Dina just said, there are challenges. There aren't any sort of standard easy answers. And so, as Dr. Forshee mentioned, it's, that early and open dialogue between sponsors and regulators is important, during the planning phase. And I think leading to that, we can provide some framework. And that's where, discussions like this one and exchanges of, experiences, from Duke-Margolis, from this group and, other stakeholders are important, for us to surface and to address some of these challenges.
Thanks so much, Stella. Katie, we're going to go to you next.
Sure. And I did have one slide to show. Great. Thank you so much. So yes, my name is Katie Sadowski. I'm really honored to be here today and super excited for this discussion. So I'm on the real world evidence analytics team at Boehringer Ingelheim. And within real world evidence analytics, I sit on the data standards and technology sub-team. So in my role, in addition to running studies, I also help maintain Boehringer's real world data pipelines and analytics platform. This is where we store all of our real world data sets that are brought in-house for analytics. My team and me personally are also very involved with the Odyssey open source community. The OMOP Common Data Model, which is maintained by Odyssey, plays a key role in our data platform at Boehringer, as it does for the field of real-world evidence as a whole. In Odyssey, we're working to build tools that make doing transparent, reproducible research easier and more accessible, and this extends to tools for data transformation and data quality, which I'm going to touch on today. So I'm going to be speaking from my perspective in this in-house analytics function. As a sponsor, we of course don't directly generate or hold any source data, so the challenges we face are less around the technical and logistical aspects of brokering access. Topics that are top of mind for me are data landscaping and partnerships, data integrity and transparency throughout the data lifecycle, and of course, data quality. So first we have landscaping and partnerships. In the evidence planning process for an asset, sponsors need to be as proactive as possible in identifying areas in which real-world evidence might need to be used in a regulatory context. And this means we need to have enough time to select and onboard a fit-for-purpose data source. So there are a lot of criteria that go into that assessment, but the most relevant ones to this discussion are: one, a data provider's capability to actually access the source data themselves and to provide that source data access to regulators, and two, a data provider's compliance with FDA expectations for data reliability. So just as a reminder, FDA defines reliability as including accuracy, completeness, provenance, and traceability. FDA tells us that our study protocol needs to describe every step of the data lifecycle and account for all of the areas where data accuracy or completeness could potentially be impacted by our handling of the data. So data providers need to be able to trace and explain exactly what's happening to each piece of data as it makes its way out of the source system and into their data repository and all these subsequent steps. So just to point out, this diagram is from FDA's EHR and claims data guidance and shows an example data lifecycle. So our challenge with data landscaping and data source selection is that these things I just mentioned have to be considered alongside all of the other fitness for purpose criteria we need to assess, like, are the relevant variables available in that data set? What's the population size? So we're probably going to have to make some trade-offs here. And the other really important thing to flag again is that this piece needs to be figured out early. even if a data partner has this capability, working out the proper agreements and processes around source data access is going to take time and needs to be finalized well before the study begins. The second topic I want to touch on is data integrity. So in most cases, data might be moved or transformed several times by a sponsor after we receive those raw data files from the data provider. That data is probably going to be put into a data storage system, then moved into a database, and after that might be mapped into a common data model or uploaded into an analytic platform. So we need to ensure the integrity of these processes to preserve the reliability of the data and maintain the provenance that will allow us ultimately to identify where a piece of data came from back in the source. How do we do this? One concept I come back to a lot is called data observability driven development. And this is a data engineering framework that encourages us to take a first principles approach to identifying what can actually go wrong at any given point in the data lifecycle, monitoring that proactively and logging out the findings. This is as opposed to the unfortunately common pattern of only running quality checks on the final data set and then going on a wild goose chase to figure out the root cause of a potential issue. And finally, I will talk a bit about data quality. So there's two aspects to data quality I think are important to distinguish in discussions like this one. One is data quality that's inherent to the source of the data. The other is data quality issues that are added in the process of creating a research data set. This is the relevant aspect for this discussion. How do we measure this type of data quality? We can do verification. That's lots of the stuff I already talked about around monitoring our data pipeline. And of course, applying standard data quality frameworks to the warehouse and analytic data set to ensure our data transformation processes haven't corrupted the data in any unexpected ways. And we can do validation. So this is checking our data against external facts, including the original source it came from. So as we know, FDA will expect us to make this possible for them to do. And they also do encourage sponsors to validate their data back against the source in general, and especially for study phenotype definitions. So the physical access to source data is an obvious challenge here, but this also highlights the criticality of traceability in our data lifecycle. So a patient and their clinical data in the analytical data set has to be able to be traced back all the way to the source system in order to perform that validation. And the last thing I wanted to share is a little plug for open source. So I really think there's synergy between the advantages of open source software and some of the challenges facing us in this space. For those who are less familiar, open source software is software whose source code is made freely available to the public to access and use. And generally, it's developed collaboratively by people from across many different institutions. So the opportunity I spot here is around open source ETL and data transformation code. Data standardization is hard. So I think a lot of vendors want to keep their data models and ETL code proprietary. But if we have black boxes throughout this process, it makes it difficult or really impossible to truly understand how we ended up with our final data set. So especially now that we have established open source data models like OMOP and FHIR, I think there's the opportunity for the industry to align on standards for data transformation and encode them in open source software. There's actually an ongoing collaboration between HL7 and Odyssey to create the FHIR to OMOP mapping. And I think it's only natural that a mapping from one open standard to another could evolve into a fully open source ETL project. And there's something similar in the works for OMOP to SDTM as well. Importantly, this is not just about transparency of the code, but also collaboratively building solutions and aligning on best practices for these same tasks all of us need to complete to make real-world data research ready. So I realize this may have seemed like a bit of a tangent from the source data access topic, but really I don't think it was, because if we can build more standardization and transparency into all of these downstream data processing steps, I think we might reduce, not eliminate, the need to go all the way back to the source to trust our research data. And that's all that I have.
Thanks so much, Katie. That was great. Nick, we'll go to you next.
Fantastic. Thank you for having me. I'm Nick Koenig. I'm head of regulatory at Aetion, which is an RWE analytics provider. So I'm here in my capacity as an employee of Aetion, but I also sit on the Real World Evidence Alliance, which is a coalition of RWD and analytics orgs that's dedicated to advancing RWE to inform regulatory decision-making. And I mention this because the Alliance has done a lot of thinking and work on this particular topic, and I think it's worth amplifying in this setting. So as I go through my remarks, I'm going to make an effort to distinguish Alliance views from my own. I will try to call out the RWE Alliance specifically. Sometimes I may just say I versus we, but I'll do my best. So first, I think it's worth framing my remarks with a little bit of a callback to the first session about specificity around definitions and terminology. And one of the most important questions from my perspective is when we're talking about source record access from a regulatory perspective is, what is FDA really looking for here? And I think from both my perspective and the Alliance's perspective, the request for source records is a reliability consideration, not necessarily a relevance consideration. And relevance is a below study consideration that needs to be evaluated in the context of a specific research question and the data's suitability to answer that question. Reliability is an above study consideration that is unlikely to change from study to study. Now, I don't want to make a blanket generalization. There are some instances where reliability could change from study to study, but I really do think that source records is really targeted at assessing the reliability of a particular data source. And then I also think it's important to distinguish between the terms patient level data and source record, because sometimes I think they're used interchangeably in this conversation. So from my perspective, patient level data can likely be satisfied by providing a de-identified analytic cohort that you run analyses on. But source record access points to the records underlying that analytic cohort, likely linking back to the point of collection. And so when we use those definitions, I think providing patient level data is a relatively easier hurdle than providing access to source records. And I say relatively because I think there are still some open questions here. So when we're talking about patient level data and potentially submitting that de-identified analytic cohort, FDA's guidance requiring data be submitted in accordance with the data standards catalog presents an issue for inspection and potentially interrogation, because it essentially forces a common data model in the form of CDISC, ATOM, or SDTM. I say essentially forces a common data model, and this is very much my perspective here, because if you conduct analyses on a de-identified data set and then put the results into a CDISC format, it's really tough to unwind that when you're inspecting or reviewing a study. But so that means you have to transfer the data prior to analysis, which means you may lose granularity as you're mapping into specific fields, especially with ATOM and SDTM being built for clinical trials. So I think that that's an open question around submitting the analytic cohort and in the format it needs to be submitted to FDA. And then moving to an RWE Alliance perspective on patient-level data focuses on privacy standards for de-identified data. And I know that everyone's favorite topic is HIPAA and other privacy schemes, but I am an attorney here, so I feel obligated to bring it up. Commercially available de-identified data, such as those abstracted from claims or EHR data or EHR sources, may be de-identified in accordance with HIPAA, a very common privacy standard. But does that de-identification standard really work for FDA purposes? Regulators are likely interested in details that may be impacted by such a privacy scheme. So I think there's an open question of where does that leave us? Does de-identification mean the same thing for FDA as it does to other existing privacy schemes that the industry is familiar with? Source record access is an even thornier question. And I think kind of the depth of that has been covered in detail by my fellow panelists, but bringing forth an RWE Alliance perspective here, unless patients have affirmatively authorized the use and disclosure of their PHI, entities down the line using de-identified data, including a sponsor, may not have the right to view the underlying PHR and the underlying source records. This isn't always the case, but I think it represents a hurdle that needs to be addressed as we have this conversation. I think an FDA audit or inspection of source records also raises a number of unique challenges or issues of first impression. FDA inspectors having the right SME to properly evaluate source records, because RWD can come from a variety of sources. I think each have their own quirks, their own unique factors, and the related compliance practices for each present a wide range of skills needed to properly assess. So that's something I think we as a group need to talk about and consider as well. And then there's also the potentially chilling effect of requiring source record access. And the example that we like to use with the Alliance is that if you're sourcing data from a smaller hospital that has, fewer resources, maybe compared to a gigantic research hospital, and they get told they need to support an FDA audit of source record access pertaining to a particular EHR system, they may decide moving forward that they'll cease to make data available for research because the burden of having to support an audit time and time again is just too high for them to handle with the staffing and resources they may have available at that time. So I've raised a lot of open questions, but I do want to end on a little bit of a hopeful note and talk about some potential solutions. It's worth noting that a lot of the technologies underpinning these solutions are nascent and very much still developing. So there needs to be further conversations like this one to really build them out and talk about what might be most effective. But I think from a patient level data perspective, that de-identified analytic cohort, cloud-based platform reviews may go a long way. If you're using a Part 11 compliance system where analyses can be evaluated and replicated by regulatory authorities, that may solve an access or a submission issue where you're able to analyze the data in a native format and still make it available for that interrogation and audit that's needed to make an approval decision. One other solution that I very much am a champion for is the idea of a trusted source solution. And we just saw FDA put out a guidance on the idea of platform product approaches. And once you've established your platform technology with FDA, it may be able to streamline approvals in the future. So thinking about things like mRNA tech and updating to address a new COVID strain. Can we take that approach to audits for a real world data source, not necessarily decreeing sort of a trusted source off the bat, but maybe a regulator could do a deep dive once, go in, interrogate everything they need to interrogate in the context of an audit, and then move to records request moving forward. And I think a great example of this was an FDA approval where substantial evidence was provided by RWE about a year or two ago, alpelisib. There's a detailed account of the inspection in the approval documents where FDA inspectors were actually flying to France to interrogate MRI records and understand how they were abstracted. And is that really sustainable? And I think that one of the things we need to keep in mind here is how can we raise the floors in industry and regulators and stakeholders in this so that we can utilize this data that has so much promise and purpose. A couple other solutions from an alliance perspective are the ideas of data provenance and lineage solutions. So are we able to provide regulators with detailed reliability information on data provenance and lineage for these complex RWD-based studies where access to patient identifiable source data is not necessarily feasible or practical? And then another solution that's worth considering, but again, very nascent in sort of its development, is the idea of privacy-sparing solutions. So can you develop standardized methods for providing data sets that limit use and disclosure of these sensitive identifiable information that may present problems within privacy schemes? And can something like synthetic data have a role here? I know that that's very early days, but specifically thinking privacy schemes from Europe or other jurisdictions like GDPR, where data can't leave a host country, is there a way to use synthetic data as almost a way to interrogate the data from afar and send instructions on analyses or approaches that need to be run? So I'll conclude my remarks there. I know that that was a lot of information, but I want to save time for the panel discussion and Q&A.
Thanks so much, Nick, and thank you all for those great opening remarks. I'll ask everyone to come back on camera. We've got about half an hour left for discussion. I'll remind our audience to please feel free to submit your questions to the Zoom Q&A feature. I already see a few coming in that I'll get to shortly. I'll say, kind of as I was sitting here taking notes on all the remarks, I think one takeaway I already have is that there's a lot we can do as a community to solve challenges here just by working together to make sure we're collecting the data in as high quality as possible and standardizing our transformation and other processes along the way to help make sure the end result is most usable. Dina, I did want to address some of what Nick raised to you, since you also mentioned audits as part of your remarks. Do you have any thoughts on how some of the secure platforms that places like Oracle have might help lessen the burdens that Nick talked about, and that smaller hospitals might face if they get asked to have their data audited by FDA?
Yeah, so I do see that, the fact that it sits on a platform. If there EHR studies can be multi-site, can be institutional, can be federated models. There are so many ways that you're accessing your EHR. If you have if it sits on a platform like that at Oracle Health, for example, then I think the business associate who is supporting you, perhaps if there's specific questions, it could be set up, yes, through cloud-based, obviously, to have access, and that would be a secured access. And then the covered entity or that hospital, that institution, would just need to grant permission. In terms of if they're doing that on their own, it's definitely much more of a burden, and they would need to have that access. But I think that's also, I think it's doable. I think, again, all of the, as mentioned earlier in the fireside chat, there's so much guidance out there. There are so many regulations. There are so many ways that we define relevant and reliable and quality. We do thousands of checks. And what exactly, do we want to show, to present, to show that our data are of high quality? A unified, an overall score, quality score, like what does that really show? If you're doing a study on a specific topic, do you need to have all of the data for that specific, for all of those measures? It does, the burden on the EHR, on the researcher, does get to be overwhelming. I will agree with that, and I think we need to think about that and try to figure out how to focus in on what's important.
Thanks so much. I'll go to an audience question next, and Katie, I'll start with you, but I think others can weigh in if they have thoughts as well. Katie, you mentioned that the specifics of a study need to be figured out early, including any questions around specifics of the sources that are being employed, and making sure they're ready to go. Can you talk a little bit about how sponsors may need to shift their thinking and their approaches and how they interact with FDA submissions that might have real data, to make sure that the timelines are getting sorted appropriately and not resulting in what this question called a mad scramble to get detail on all the data?
Yes. So actually, I was just in a presentation this morning with someone from our regulatory team who was talking about this process. And not only do we need to engage early with our data providers, but we need to engage early with the FDA to make sure that what we're proposing will meet their expectations for reliability. So in terms of the early preparation, engaging with regulators is also going to be part of that process.
Nick, do you want to join, hop in on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I love this question because I think that this is one of the most concretely helpful pieces of advice for sponsors and RWD&E companies. And it's something that FDA has reiterated basically in almost every guidance they've put out and every public statement they make, is that you need to engage with them early and often. You need a dedicated Type C meeting to talk through the idea of using RWE in your application, as well as maybe even another Type C meeting to talk through the particulars of that. So what does submission look like? What format does it go in? How will final reports be made available for review and inspection? And I think that that is a great way to save yourself a lot of time and a lot of sort of angst running around internally trying to figure out what you need. It's like, just ask FDA. They make themselves available. The RWC subcommittee will sit in on Type C meetings and provide that expert advice. And yeah, can't stress enough, engage early and often.
I will echo that. I think we hear that every time we talk to folks at FDA as well. Thank you both. Nick, I might come back to you for another audience question, asking if you can elaborate a little bit more on the cloud-based platforms that you talked about, how they might solve access and submission issues, and if you have any examples that you can highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think that these are sort of all still being developed, and a lot of companies have solutions that can fulfill this purpose, including my own Aetion. So we have a cloud-based platform where if this question were to come up, we would be able to provide a private instance for a regulatory review on platform if that was something that FDA or another regulator decided to accept. It has to be a question posed to the regulator each time. It needs to be what's comfortable for them to make an approval decision. But providing that access on the platform to interrogate the data and the analyses that are done, conduct their own analyses, and then conduct an associated inspection to test validation, other things of that nature that are needed, specifically around things like Part 11, is entirely doable through a cloud-based platform. So if you're interested in learning more, please reach out to me offline. But there is a way around some of these these issues.
Thanks. I'll go to another audience question where we've got several coming in, so I'm going to try to get to as many as I can. We've heard already today about the recent reorg at ONC and HHS. As you all know, one of their programs is USCDI, the Core for Data Interoperability. We've got a specific question here about the kind of the role of USCDI in some of the processes and standardization setting that we're talking about here. Does anyone want to weigh in on either USCDI in general or some? I know they have several USCDI plus initiatives for specific more tailored data sets for certain disease or condition settings as well. Any thoughts on USCDI from the panel?
I'm happy to weigh in. I definitely have my issues. There's a large part. There's a part of me that loves common data models because everything is nice and clean. The problem with common data models is that it's too clean, and you don't always get to see. And I always use this as an example. When you're working with the source data. If you don't have the source data and then you have to make certain decisions for these common data models. And to understand everyone who maps to the common data model, all of their decisions, it's a lot. That's a lot of work in and of itself. So that's one issue in terms of tokenizing or the patient journey. I think earlier on when you're collecting, when the patient health data with the TFACS and did I say that right? And with data harmonization for the patient and the provider, I think that might help with data standardization, because the data are being used by the providers and by the healthcare systems. And in a way, they are making sure that the data has to be aligned for it to be usable by the patient and the provider and the payer. That is in and of itself a good check or a good first step, so that it doesn't have to be done by the research at the research stage of the data curation.
Thanks. Anyone else want to jump in on that question?
Stella, I'll let you go. I saw you unmuted.
Sure. I'll just yeah, I agree with Dina, and I think just standing, sitting from the viewpoint of a data curator, the common data models, data standardization, we always welcome those, but you also have to consider the population of that data model, and especially for electronic health records, there is a human element to that. You can lay down all the guidances and regulations, but patients and providers are, have additional motivations for how they complete an EHR, and I think that will have an impact on what kinds of therapeutic areas and what kinds of studies that you could reliably submit real world data and evidence. So it's just sort of layering on top of all that standardization. We still have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'll wrap that up with saying I think the benefit of something like USCDI is it's bringing more standardization to the source layer, and theoretically. So this will help facilitate some of these standardized transformations that I was mentioning earlier, where I agree with both Stella and Dina that common data models are great, but if you did your ETL into that common data model differently than someone else, you're back where you started with, how did this person populate the common data model? How did this person populate the common data model? So it's not that common after all. But the more standardized we can get our source data flowing out, the easier it's going to be to standardize the transformation into CDMs for research.
Thank you all for that. I want to shift gears a little bit, because a lot of you mentioned in your opening remarks either TEFCA or HIPAA or both, and so I want to touch a little bit on, since we're at a Duke-Margolis meeting, and we're policy folks. Want to get your takes on do we have kind of what we need in these current policy structures, both HIPAA and TEFCA, to kind of share data the way we need to be sharing it for research, for regulatory decision making, for all these other purposes that we're talking about. Do we need big policy change in these frameworks, or are they? We feel like they're working, and we kind of just need to do some refinements within these kind of what already exists to make sure we can kind of run this process like it needs to be run. Anyone want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so I strongly believe we don't need new overarching privacy schemes, and I don't think that I'm alone in that sentiment. I think that this would be an incredibly heavy lift, especially with the congressional situation being what it is and heading into an election year. And that any changes in terms of like an overarching new privacy scheme would risk muddying the water and potentially causing more confusion with unintended consequences, new innovations outpacing the ability to generate new law or regulations. I think we're in a better off spot if we tweak existing data sharing agreements than actually changing the underlying law.
Yeah,
So,
sorry. I would just add to that I think TEFCA doesn't have research as a use case. And I think that we could, in terms of tweaking and not creating something new, I think that would be something maybe important to have that at least in mind.
Yeah, I agree with Nick that, now is not the time for any new overarching privacy schemes. However, HIPAA was also introduced quite some time ago, and I think that the data has evolved quite a bit since then. And perhaps, we do need to consider how we can better address, new data types that, that really wasn't, really wasn't considered greatly at the time that, HIPAA was introduced. So if you think about, biometrics or genomics and images, other potential sources of PHI that, we could realistically access and analyze now. I think from the, standpoint of developing the data use agreements, we often are, in a situation where, really need to think hard and interpret HIPAA more than we used to.
Yeah, I think that's all very insightful. Thank you all for that. I know I've been in other venues talking about how we can get research added to TEFCA as another purpose for that. So I imagine that's a conversation we'll see continuing. Going to another audience question. Let me see if I can narrow this down. Nick, it's addressed to you, but I think open for anyone to answer. An interesting question that's come up many times is that the feasibility of a study is contingent on knowing and understanding the source data and possibly having access to it before finalizing an analytic cohort. Knowing how changes to the inclusion-exclusion criteria and their assumptions impact that cohort could potentially require access to the source data, which may be difficult to obtain. The questioner is interested in any perspectives on this potential tension in coming up with looking at the feasibility of a study.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is a really, really interesting question. And I want to just preface it by saying I'm an attorney, not an outcomes researcher. So I may be, unable to go into specifics here, but Aetion is in a very similar position to sponsors and manufacturers here. We don't own a data asset. We solely provide analytic services. So this is something we do encounter when we are planning studies and implementing studies. But I think this is where it comes back to what FDA has said in guidance, which is making sure that your data use agreements with data providers are set up to enable this kind of access if you need it. And when you're actually talking about, good study conduct, maybe there's a way to do separation of duties and have someone who is not actually in charge of implementing the study being able to interrogate that source data for the inclusion and exclusion criteria so that you aren't necessarily peeking at the source data and ruining the integrity of your study that way, which I know is a major concern for FDA. But I'd love to hear my fellow panelists' perspective on this as well.
Yeah, I would add the potential to separate out a study itself and validation of a phenotype. And FDA, I think, also mentions this in their guidance. So you could potentially have two completely separate projects, one which is really targeted around the validation of a phenotype and work with a data provider who's able to broker that specific source data access. But once you're at the point of running, an effectiveness or a safety study, doing that sort of iterative validation might not be the right setting for that sort of iteration when you want to really have pre-specified your study protocol.
I think from the data provider perspective, just please bring us into that conversation early. It's far easier for us to have the contractual, to have the contracts in place prior to the onset of a study, and also to just make the provisions for sharing copies of the data to regulators if needed. I think the other consideration is, from our standpoint is please, tell us what you will consider as a source data. Is it at the point of aggregation? Or, is there a necessity to trace back to a particular health system, for example? But having those pieces of information upfront, I think that, most of us, would be able to, accommodate the, necessary data sharing.
Thank you all. I'm going to switch gears one more time as we get near the end of our time. I think through questions and conversation so far, we've had, the drug versus device conversation come up. I want to get the panel's thoughts. Recently, CDRH, the device center at FDA, released, I don't think it was in any of the slides earlier, but also released a guidance recently on RWE for medical devices. And within that guidance, they talk about a concept they call first instance, and which is, when is the data, the first instance, the first instance is considered to be the data as initially available to the sponsor. So if that's the data straight from the EHR, then that's what the sponsor has and is responsible for kind of looking back to as part of submission. However, if the sponsor only had access to curated data or a specific data set, then that is the first instance as initially ingested by the sponsor, even though it might not be the original source data. And then this guidance sets up expectations for sponsors kind of within the framing of this first instance, still acknowledging that access to source data is probably the preferred approach for using data for regulatory submissions, but acknowledging that might not always be possible. So the question is, does anyone on the panel have kind of thoughts on this approach, how it might apply across the spectrum? The device regulation is a little bit different than drugs, but I'll turn to the panel to see if anyone wants to kind of weigh in on this concept and how we might think about applying it moving forward.
Happy to jump in. I like the first instance approach. I think it addresses a lot of sponsor concerns on the issue, but I think that there are some outstanding questions with it, and it goes back to what are these data being used for? At the end of the day, FDA is safeguarding the public health and trying to make decisions to advance that mission. And so if the sponsor doesn't have access to the original source of the data that they're using to conduct an analysis, first off, are they comfortable with using it in an application? And second off, is FDA comfortable with making a decision based on that information? I think it's a risk appetite question. CDRH has a little bit maybe more historical comfort with using RWE than maybe some of the other centers at FDA. But I think that, again, it would come down to almost like a spectrum or a continuum discussion. This may be fine for a class 1 or a class 2 device, but would CDRH really be comfortable with this approach for a class 3 implantable device? And it's an open question. I'd like to see FDA more broadly adopt some sort of a risk-based approach like this. What is the RWE being used for in the application? If it's a supportive use to show that your clinical trial population is representative of the real-world population, maybe first instance can satisfy that because it's sort of a lower risk use. But if we're talking about substantial evidence approval like a Prograph, I don't know if the first instance approach would necessarily carry the same heft.
Dina, did you want to weigh in on that? I think I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, the truth is I totally agree. I think the answer is I don't love the first instance because it assumes that everything goes, that all is on the same playing field. But I think, as Nick said, he does like it, but everything's not on the same playing field. So it's just saying it, opposite ways. As long as you can qualify and you understand that it's not the same playing field, and you understand what is acceptable and not acceptable, then I think, that's where it is. It does make me somewhat nervous to give a blanket yes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I actually like something that Nick mentioned earlier, which is the concept of like a trusted source. So maybe first instance would make more sense if your source is a trusted source that has somehow been certified and has met some set of criteria where it's already been evaluated, that it's reliable from the source through to whatever data products it provides to sponsors.
Yeah, I think that is just another one of several reasons why that trusted source concept makes sense. And there's a certain efficiency and trust that, potentially could be gained across, all of the stakeholders.
Thank you all. I think insightful and helpful comments on that question and through the whole panel. We've got just a few minutes left. So I think with our last few minutes, I'm gonna let you all put me and my colleagues here at Margolis on the spot. As we think about this issue moving forward, I think you're all engaged in our collaborative to some degree. What is there anything in this space that we here at Duke-Margolis and others like us in the community should be thinking about to help advance this conversation as kind of we sit in this policy stakeholder convening space?
I might say frameworks for evaluating reliability, specifically like the provenance and traceability elements. Obviously, these are more technical concepts than generally some of Duke-Margolis's content has been centered around, but perhaps there's a higher level above like the specific engineering details that could be addressed to help us have a standard way to evaluate data providers and data holders against these criteria.
Sarah, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I would say just from a policy standpoint and, not getting into legal details, but, maybe some guidance or framework in, navigating some of the, privacy laws and regulations, whether that's HIPAA or, a lot of states are coming out with their own as well. And so, those are all important considerations, especially as they impact the data that can be surfaced.
Yep, and sort of plus wanting that, and then adding, looking at the dashboard that was presented just now by Margolis and continuing to think through about international differences in some of these issues. There's an article up on FDA's website that I seem to go back to every couple months, but it's titled "How a European Data Law is Impacting FDA," and it speaks to the issues presented with GDPR and some of the decision making that FDA needs to do based on various sources of data. And I think continuing to highlight some of those international differences, not just from an RWE, nuts and bolts guidance perspective, but some of the underpinning issues as well, is just super helpful to always have at the top of mind.
I guess I would just round it out by saying looking at what Katie said, to maybe have it start with a focus on, what is the most important part of your research or your study, and is it important to have provenance and traceability for your outcomes, and is that something that we can, start with, and maybe work from there.
Thank you all. We'll definitely take notes on that and look forward to continued discussions in this space. I think the general vibe I'm taking away is that we're making good progress, but more work is kind of needed across the community to make sure that we're getting this right on traceability and provenance and quality overall. As Rachel noted in her remarks, this is something we're actively thinking about, at least for EHR data, and I'm sure the conversations will continue. So thank you all again to the panelists for your great contribution.
Welcome, everyone. Back from the break. This has been a wonderful meeting so far. I'm really excited to be starting us off on session 3. My name is Christina Silcox. I'm the Research Director for Digital Health at the Institute here today. And we're going to be talking about the integration of AI and real-world data and real-world evidence. So I'm really excited to introduce our panelists. I think this is going to be a fabulous conversation. And if I can mention the panelists, please go ahead and just turn on your camera. I'm going to introduce all of you, and then we'll start with some opening remarks. So first we have Jamie Smith, who is the Global Head of Data Strategy at Parexel. We have Joe Franklin, who is an attorney at Beerley Life Sciences. We have David Rue, who is the Global Chief Medical Officer and Vice President of Healthcare at Microsoft. And we have Hussein Ezeldine, a Senior Digital Health Expert at the Office of Biostatistics and Pharmacovigilance at the FDA. So we're going to start with Jamie on the opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Christina, and it's truly a pleasure to be with you today. Good afternoon. The landscape for the potential uses of artificial intelligence and machine learning has broadened significantly as the growing availability of real-world data across the globe has also increased. Here in the United States, the FDA provided a compelling discussion paper last year that invited researchers, policymakers, and AI experts to engage in a robust dialogue about the direction of AI and ML in drug development. It describes the considerations for use in AI/ML, the concerns and risks, and next steps with key stakeholders. In the discussion paper, the FDA shared that AI/ML has the potential to inform the design and efficiency of non-traditional trials, such as those using electronic health records, claims, and other RWD sources. That the use of AI/ML may improve the conduct of trials to augment operational efficiency for recruitment and site and participant selection. It covered the importance of developing standards for trustworthy AI to address explainability, reliability, and privacy, and that submissions across drug and biological product applications that included AI and ML had increased over the past several years to more than 100 submissions as of 2021. This is a growing trend as we look across other regulatory bodies, such as the European Medicines Agency's draft reflection paper on the use of AI in the drug lifecycle released last year, and the continued releases in support of RWD&E, most recently in April of this year. And we've heard it all day today that the FDA's final guidance document on RWD released just yesterday. We see a similar series of releases for technical guidances and guidelines from the National Medical Products Administration, or NMPA, in China. As a result of the boom in RWD and the technological innovation available, my team at Parexel has launched its first in a series of pilots that demonstrate the value of RWD and AI to generate evidence in clinical research in the Asia-Pacific region. I'd like to briefly cover our recent publication that compared the efficiencies and accuracy of a manual versus AI-assisted data collection tool to understand whether the use of AI would yield time savings or other benefits beyond that of a traditional manual review, specifically for chronic hepatitis B patients in southern China. The background on this is that 87 million individuals in China are chronic carriers of the hepatitis B virus, which accounts for about 1/3 of all Hep B carriers in the world, making this an important initiative to address specifically in China. When we initially started this pilot, we thought that we could identify and partner with the local tech vendor with direct access to a site's EHR. What we discovered, however, was that although our first hospital had adopted an EHR in 2015, we would ultimately require a solution that could handle both paper charts and electronic health records in accordance with the hospital's IRB. As automated data capture was just not available for the study, the tech team needed to digitize the patient's records via photo capture, de-identify them, and then we used Paddle OCR, which is an open source model for text recognition and character recognition with multi-language capabilities to convert the images into structured fields within the data's form. For unstructured data, the team used NLP-based name entity recognition, specifically the ERNIE layout, to map unstructured text into the ECRF, or the electronic case report form, automatically. The AI models were supplemented by a manual review, and a similar exercise was completed with data entered manually. The results were that there were no significant differences between the accuracy of the manual data collection and the AI with manual review. The average time for the AI tool plus the manual verification was only 18 minutes, and that in comparison to the manual entry and manual review, which was 75 minutes. That difference was significant. Overall, the AI-assisted method saved about 75% of the time compared to traditional methods, and this has some significant implications for time to treat, potentially being able to use this on other indications, and ultimately bringing new developments to the real-world research data collection paradigm. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jamie. And now we're going to move to Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Christina. Thanks, Jamie. There's so many important things to talk about on this topic, and it's a bit daunting to talk about AI generally these days, given the complexity. But I'm going to focus for a few minutes, following up on Jamie's description of some of the use cases, on what I see as some of the main regulatory science challenges to think about with AI when coupled with the collection or analysis of RWD. And I think we're all here to think about regulatory science. So hopefully I'll introduce some topics and raise some questions that we can talk about more, and folks on the line can ask questions about. I also want to acknowledge that there are a number of AI-related topics that are relevant here that I won't talk about beyond outside the scope of regulatory science, including protection of sensitive patient data with large RWD data sets, related privacy requirements, as well as emerging and evolving regulations, both FDA and non-FDA, in the context of AI tools in the healthcare setting. So first of all, I think when we talk about the use of AI with RWD in clinical development, what is the objective? And I think broadly speaking, many different types of AI, really very different types of AI that we kind of all bundle together under this term, are really broadly intended to derive more information from a greater number of data sources. So if the RWD story, remember we're talking about RWD and AI here. So if the RWD story has been about deriving information from routinely collected care data, patient-generated data, and other sources of healthcare-related data, AI accelerates this in a couple of dimensions. So for example, and just building off of some of the examples that Jamie was describing, sophisticated AI-based tools can automate resource-intensive data gathering. A standard example is the abstraction of unstructured data, the process of pulling discrete pieces of information out of disorganized free text notes in a patient's health record. We're seeing rapid advances in the ability to pull information out of unstructured text, and this resonates with most of us because we are already familiar with large language model-based tools in our daily lives, such as internet searches that use LLMs to summarize information from different text sources. AI-based tools can also perform the types of analyses that are needed to make use of complex data streams, very complex data streams, such as radiology images or blood-based markers or movement sensors. And FDA's AI discussion paper from last year that's been mentioned a few times, the agency also cited social media data as an example. So the AI in RWD really expands the scale and diversity of data available for informing regulatory decisions. But, and this is where I really want to focus, and I think we can focus part of the discussion today, scaling, complexity, new uses of more data sources, all of this has the potential to rapidly increase the pressure on an already highly burdened regulatory review process. And this is where I see some of the biggest challenges translating between AI capabilities and regulatory decision-making. I don't have to remind this expert audience that FDA has appropriately very robust expectations for the data and analyses submitted for regulatory review. As Rich and others have described today, FDA has been busy developing extensive guidance, including the EHR and claims data guidance from yesterday, which I've been reading carefully. So I think FDA has really helped push the field forward through this guidance development effort by simplifying and standardizing some of its expectations for RWD data sources and data sources generally. For example, we now have a fairly consistent framing of the high-level review categories: reliability, which is accuracy, completeness, or missing data level, and traceability, and relevance, which includes the evaluation of whether the data is right for a particular scientific question, has adequate sample size. Reliability, just focusing on that, can be a complex analysis for many novel data sources, but when AI tools are included in the collection or analysis process, this can only compound the review of reliability. So take abstraction of unstructured data. It's not surprising that the final EHR claims guidance yesterday is light on details about how to validate the use of AI tools in analyzing unstructured data. FDA clearly needs more experience in this area, and the field needs to develop standards for understanding how to review and gain confidence with these methods. The ways, to digress really briefly on an example, I think the ways that AI-based analysis can challenge our traditional ideas of RWD evaluation can become really clear when you look at some of the predictive algorithms that are being developed. So there's a recently published and publicized model called eCart for identifying the risk of clinical deterioration in hospitalized patients. It's been reported on recently. And one of the attributes that's reportedly considered by this model is missing data itself. Think of that, missing this as a source of information rather than a problem for an RWD data set. I don't think it's very surprising from a data science perspective that missing data could provide a useful signal in routinely collected care data. For example, if there's a pattern of providers skipping certain fields in the in data entry. But this example does underscore the conceptual differences between the way that we think of RWE and RWD, where missing this is bad, and the way that RWD might be processed by an AI tool, where missing this may just be one more signal to be analyzed for diagnostic information or utility. Clearly, FDA is thinking about these challenges and all the challenges with the development of novel measurement tools like predictive models that can be used for a variety of purposes in clinical development. My concern here is that the use of novel tools to measure variables or outcomes can really demand careful and time-consuming consensus development among researchers, regulators, and clinicians before being put into widespread use. Without attention to the scaling and this consensus development process, I see challenges to the greater use of AI and combined with RWD in the regulatory development and clinical development process and regulatory submissions. And just finally, what I'll say is I think that my biggest anxiety and what keeps me up at night in this around this topic is a worry that the burden associated with the increasing complexity for using AI tools in the regulatory process is going to prevent regulatory science and regulatory decision-making from keeping up with clinical practice, where I think we all expect to see a greater and rapidly increasing use of AI tools like predictive models in regular clinical practice. So I think this really puts a point on the urgency for solving some of the problems and challenges in this area, which I look forward to discussing with my panelists.
Thanks, Joe. Love that summary of some of the big barriers and challenges, but also some of the excitement and the potential there. We're going to move to David now.
Yeah, hi, everyone. So one of the things I want to talk about is the concept of real-world data, real-world evidence in the era of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, if we were to have had this conversation 5 or 10 years ago, we could probably say many of the same things, similar challenges, similar approaches. But what I want to focus on what's new. And what's new is that the technology has gotten a lot better, and it's gotten broader, and it's gotten more usable by many individuals, which gives us an opportunity to apply it to solve some of the real challenges that we see today. So let me first start with the AI. As we're well aware, there are many new advancements that we've been seeing in artificial intelligence. And AI has been around since the 1950s. We've been using this. Originally, it started off as algorithms, and it's become much more advanced where we can do natural language processing. But we're also now starting to see this new category, which is generative AI. And with generative AI, the ability for us to be able to predict that next word, that next pixel, that next concept, allows us to be able to solve three problems that are oftentimes very difficult and oftentimes things that we always assumed a human could do or needed to do. First is finding information from different sources in a way that allows us to be able to access multiple different databases and sources all at the same time simultaneously. The second is pulling that information together in summarized form so that we can actually understand what does all this mean. And the third is putting it into a format that allows us to be able to use it in a way that is meaningful. So that format could, in the clinical context, be in the form of a note. But from a researcher perspective, it could be forms, putting into forms. And certainly, as you think about broader opportunities, putting into code, which allows us to be able to run this at scale and continues to do multiple different things. And so with these new tools that we have available, we have the advancements in our traditional AI ML with natural language processing, the ability for us to use generative AI, we can actually take a look at many issues. So now let's take a look at the real world data, real world evidence challenges that we see today. So traditionally, what we think of is we look at data sources from data sets, could be patient medical records, it could be large databases, it could be from devices. And that information is ultimately brought into a single source that we then have to curate, and we have to then normalize to certain standards so we can analyze it. So that process is very time consuming. It's very labor intensive. And in many ways, we can transform every element of that using the artificial intelligence ML tools. So let's start with the first component. Starting with the existing data sets that we have today. Well, we now recognize that we can go way beyond what we've traditionally been doing. So we're starting with things that are in the natural language processing area. Text analytics is a fantastic starting point. Allows us to be able to start looking at all the different text sources and start pulling all that information together. But we also have other sources that are oftentimes not as oftentimes used because we really didn't have the tools. It required a human to take a look at them. These are images, these are videos, even one's voice. And as you think about these new sources, we have AI that allows us to be able to capture that information and potentially leveraging the specific types of AI ML tools, we can actually transform that into usable formats. And as we think about this process, that allows us to be able to get to many of the elements of how we can capture new sources of data that traditionally required someone to take a look at that, enter it into some kind of a field or some kind of interpretation. Now, what we're also seeing is that sometimes in the process of capturing data through routine mechanisms, and we heard about this from the prior speaker, is that there are many gaps that we see, inaccuracies, there's flaws, there's a lot of things that oftentimes require someone to review and ultimately evaluate. So this process is also very time consuming. But what we can do is we can apply AI ML, and we have seen many great examples of areas where you can apply this onto existing data sets and allow for higher levels of data curation with the high fidelity outputs. If we can apply this, remove the human factor, we can dramatically increase and accelerate that process. And what we're also starting to see is that in some of these cases, by simply automating multiple steps along the ways, we may not even need to go and have individuals do the mapping to certain terminologies, because this could all be manually done, or it could be done through an automated mechanism. So we've actually seen this where we've done text analytics, we've converted text and voice into different components, and then from there, we've mapped it to specific ICD-10 terms, we've normalized into OMOP, and all these different standards, which normally would require humans to be able to do, computers can do. And so this has really transformed our ability to be able to do things more at scale. Now, one of the things I wanted to mention is that in addition to being able to capture all this information, we also have the ability to be able to work through collaboratives where we may be able to create novel sources of information. And this gets to things that I think are really important, because it's not just about the data, but it's about all the different elements around the data. Specifically, how was it captured? What were the implementation methodologies around it? So let me share with you an example. So many organizations today are focused on implementing AI, but they're also looking to do it in a way that is responsible. So one of those organizations is called the Trustworthy and Responsible AI Network. And as part of this network, they are looking to operationalize responsible AI principles. These are things like creating a registration portal so you can assess like all the AI that's out there, leveraging model cards. These are things, testing algorithms, both pre and post deployment on local data sets to ensure that it's actually working, looking for bias and mitigating those, creating streamlined governance processes. Well, in the process of being able to do all these things, and in particular, as organizations start testing algorithms and start capturing information, if they can do it in a standardized methodology, they have an ability to be able to compare notes, essentially compare apples to apples. And what we can do if we can standardize on the methodology, not just in terms of what we're looking to capture, but also what specific outcomes are we looking for, and also the implementation methodology. Because what we find is the implementation of the interventions is extraordinarily important. And if we don't capture that, we lose that context. But we may have an opportunity to be able to create what's called an AI outcomes registry. By different sites all capturing information in a standardized methodology, we may be able to capture information relative to interventions that would relate to efficacy. Is it working in different populations as well? Be able to capture, is it safe? Is it have unintended consequences? So safety and harm. And are there ways that we can optimize this? That's the type of information that we really are looking for when we talk about real-world data, real-world evidence. And sometimes it's not just from the data sets, but it's from all these other elements. And if we can capture it in a standardized mechanism, this would be fantastic, not only for policymakers, but also for researchers and folks in quality. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. And we are going to end the opening remarks with Hussein.
Thank you so much, Christina. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Very excited to share the work that we have been doing at the use of AI in RWD and RWE. Just wanted to start by saying that I'm today here presenting the work that we've been doing within the Center for Biologics, CBER, but this is not really in isolation. This is part of agency-wide strategy. So you would see very similar efforts in other centers and other groups as well. One of the things that I wanted to touch upon here is that when we speak about, as David mentioned, AI and machine learning has been around since the 1950s. So this is not a novel thing. However, when you look at the trajectory of machine learning and AI, you see these waves, you see these ebbs and flows. And when you try and focus on what are the different factors that may be resulted in some of the excitement and maybe some of the rise and then maybe some of the fall, you're going to see some very similar factors there. For example, complexity is one of them. So one of the things that we want to really think about when we are exploring the use of AI and RWD to generate RWE is what are the solutions that we are thinking about and offering to the community? And is it something that can be easily adopted, easily validated and verified? Because this is something that is really critical when you are thinking about leveraging RWD to generate RWE to support regulatory science. Different bars, so you just have to do the legwork that's needed to be able to leverage these different data sources. And as I mentioned, I wanted to share some of the efforts that we are carrying out in CBER. So probably as you recall, Rich mentioned, Dr. Forshee mentioned at the opening remarks that FDA and CBER have been using RWD for safety purposes to conduct post-market surveillance for a very long time. So this is not something that we are new to, but we realize the importance of enhancing these processes and also expanding these not only to look at safety, but also maybe look at effectiveness, which are both very critical components and responsibilities for CBER, looking at the biologics that we regulate within our center. So the center established what we call the BEST initiative, which stands for Biologics Effectiveness and Safety Initiative. And the goal of BEST is to provide multiple data sources, it's heterogeneous data sources, to the center to allow it to conduct its post-market safety, of course, first, and also effectiveness evaluation of CBER approved products. And this is the main goal of BEST, and BEST has an arm. We refer to it as Best Innovative Methods, or BEST IM. And what BEST IM is trying to do is trying to tap into machine learning, AI techniques and methods alongside a lot of advances in the field of data standards and interoperability to bring this vision one day to reality, which is improving the accuracy and making sure that the data that is being used, mainly RWD, for safety and effectiveness is, as others mentioned, it's reliable, it's relevant to the public health use case. But one of the very important components, as I mentioned, is actually minimizing the burden on the public, whether our public is providers or patients, as well as industry alike. So this is a very kind of like two-pronged approach that we are focusing on within BEST IM. And we are working primarily on electronic health records. And we have, we don't want to take a lot of credit, but we kind of saw the writing on the wall by the advances that were coming from the 21st Century Cures Act. So we saw the promise of TEFCA, we saw the promise of FHIR, and we felt that this is probably the way to go. And because we know that you can really just use methods or techniques or data without doing the important work of ensuring its reliability and relevancy. So we started in 2017 using and working with foundational data partners on their electronic health records using FHIR data to start looking at the ability to improve identification as well as adjudication of cases. So this is one of the things that we have been working on. We've also leveraged machine learning and AI models to improve the identification of exposure. So one of the things that people always think about is like, where can AI and machine learning fit into improving the accuracy of RWD? So we've conducted studies where we leverage natural language processing to supplement what's in the structured data fields, which would be probably your gold standard if you want to identify an exposure, by going through the clinical notes. And we were able to estimate about maybe 16% improvement in detection of exposure of vaccinations just by relying on natural language processing. And it's not the fancy type of AI or machine learning that people might think about. This is kind of like your gold old-fashioned AI, maybe boring stuff right now. But there is a place for AI machine learning to assist RWD and support RWE for regulatory purposes. However, there is an important set of work needs to be done. And the reason I wanted to mention this is that within BEST IM, we're actually doing this work. So we conduct our studies, we do validation, we do external validation as well, to make sure that the findings that we've seen on maybe some of the foundational data partners can be replicated when you look at other data sources. And you look also at some of like the up and coming advances in machine learning and AI. You look at federated learning, you look at interoperability and the ability to start exchanging records, so you are very close to real time as you need to be, leveraging FHIR standards. So this can also a little bit increase your confidence in what data you're looking at. So this is also very critical. So we've been doing this since 2017. When we started, this wasn't really that popular at that time, but we are really glad that by the time that Trusted Exchange Frameworks and Common Agreements TEFCA, which has been administered by what has been formerly known as ONC, is becoming now a reality, and people are leveraging these type of technical frameworks and agreements. Now we're at a place where we are actually testing our methods and trying to show and demonstrate its ability to support public health use cases. Now, how can this be taken and applied to maybe other use cases? Definitely this is possible, but I will reiterate that the important work needs to be done to make sure that the methods that you're using, the data underlying these methods, are actually fit for purpose and will support the cases that you're looking at. So I'll stop here and turn back to you, Christina.
Thank you so much. I mean, I think this was extremely interesting. It was really interesting to think about how FDA might be kind of taking exactly what I think Joe and David was talking about, the fact that you can derive more value from some of this data using AI. And so being able to increase the scope of what they're able to look for when they're doing pharmacovigilance. I think that that's really interesting. And the fact that FDA is doing AI itself, I think is also, just going to be extremely helpful when we're thinking about, what are some of the methods, what are some of the requirements around AI being used for drug development. I think that having that experience of doing it yourselves probably is going to be really helpful in that as well. So I want to thank all of our panelists for giving us such great opening remarks. I am going to go ahead and start asking a couple of questions. I saw that there are already audience questions, but I do want to encourage anybody who's watching to feel free to use the Q&A box in the Zoom. And so while we're waiting for a couple more questions to come in, I wanted to start. We already heard a couple of examples from y'all through your opening remarks, but I do want to just get a little more expansive on some of the different ways that AI can help with RWE generation, specifically for regulatory use. And here I am talking about both generative AI and non-generative AI, which I was talking to a youngin the other day, and they called it your grandfather's AI. But I do want to make sure that we're thinking about both of those types of examples. David, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, first of all, if you think about what our most common data sources are, most often we rely on the electronic health record. This is a common source for a lot of the real-world data, real-world evidence. But I'm going to make the claim that we are missing a lot by relying on this. And sometimes we are actually underestimating the amount of information that is actually out there. So let me give you a few examples. So there have been actually several studies, evaluations, where they have applied AI ML on the medical records to identify individuals that have certain conditions. And they have found that with the area of lung cancer, ovarian cancer, you can identify 2 to 3 times as many patients if you use the AI ML as opposed to relying on the ICD-10 codes. There was a study with 7 NHS trusts where they were looking specifically for cachexia in cancer patients, and they found more than a 5-fold increase by applying AI and looking for specific patterns and things that were not diagnosed by the clinician or put as an ICD-10 code. We've seen with the identification of lupus a 23-fold increase. So what we're finding is that the data is in there, but it may not necessarily have been coded in a way that allows us to be able to capture that this type of patient's there. Now, what we also find is that in the process, and any clinician knows, when you're talking to a patient, you have very little time to put that information into the medical record. So you're just trying to get that information as much as the core parts as you think are necessary. There have actually been evaluations that have shown that about 40% of that documentation can be improved, made more comprehensive if you leverage technologies such as ambient clinical intelligence, where the clinician and the patient just have that conversation. And that entire conversation is not only transcribed, but it is converted into a clinical progress note. It's far more comprehensive, but 40% times more comprehensive than what is typically done. So that's another example. We also times see that like images that are captured. If you think about things that happen traditionally in the ambulatory setting, in the urgent care, what we have seen is that an individual orders a particular test, And then that test is maybe something that you have to write a rule out, infiltrate, or for pneumonia. And the radiologist has a ton of things to do again, not in the hospital setting, but we're talking about in the urgent care, primary care. They oftentimes will look for that, but they'll miss a lot of other things. And we've seen that about 60% of the time that there will be a misdiagnosis, whether it's coronary calcification, severe osteoporosis, fracture, you name it. Those are the types of things that if AI were applied, we could actually capture those and we would allow us to be able to be far more comprehensive. So what we're talking about here is that the fact that AI ML can help fix processes that we rely very heavily on, allow us to be able to create more comprehensive evaluations, identify individuals that are potentially at risk, and allow us to be able to address them in a more comprehensive manner.
That was great. I'm gonna move on to Jamie, but I do want to ask just one quick question because I thought it was so interesting what you said about being able to find so many more patients. And I'd be interested because we talk all the time about representativeness of clinical trials. Did you find that those patients that did not come up in a traditional search really had a different profile or different characteristics than the ones that would have come up kind of using more traditional tools?
Absolutely. In fact, if you do a sub-analysis, you will identify that these problems are extremely prominent in areas where they have less resources, less clinicians, less clinical time spent. So these are issues across the board, but we are particularly seeing this in communities and areas where you have less resources, which means that you have individuals that have less opportunity to receive higher level care.
Thank you so much, David. Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. So I'd like to just sort of build on the study that I mentioned earlier and just take a step back and level set on the goals and objectives of that. So that was one hospital, right? One setting in South China, but our overall goal is really to expand that to a multi-center hospital system covering about 10 hospitals. So these are the types of questions, everything that David and Joe and Hussein have been mentioning. These are the questions that we're going through right now as we're releasing these series of papers. So thinking about, well, do we need to retrain our models on that specific hospital's data? Do we need to take a look at potentially other ways to gain efficiencies, possibly by identifying patients using an LLM, right? We just talked about that. That's something that's on our docket to explore as we start to expand the use cases. Are we able to use this beyond this therapy area, beyond infectious disease, beyond hepatitis B? Can we look at this and apply these models to oncology, right? To other areas. And so that's where the testing is coming in and the probing is coming in and the tuning is coming in for us to be able to expand this, which is on our roadmap for the remainder of the year, to be able to get this out to at least another 9 hospitals. So more to come there.
And I am going to just, I do want to go to Joe and Hussein on this question too, but I'm going to interrupt just because there was an audience question I think that kind of relates to what you were just saying, Jamie, which is, does the time difference of source validation take into account how long it took to develop the necessary AI, including the cost? So you talked about the time for filling out the forms decreased substantially, but how are you thinking about the time it takes to develop the AI in the first place? And that fact that what's it going to take to make it work for different problem sets, I think kind of goes into that answer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're working on these things sort of behind the scenes even before we launch into this. So are we counting that time where we're working behind the scenes? No, right? Because we're building the models, we're working through it to figure out which models are most appropriate. I think we all do that as we're building models. It's an iterative process, right? It could take however long to get these models to work. But once you have a good model, the question then is, can this be tuned? Is it just simply a matter of fine tuning that model to be applied? Then you can sort of start the clock. But no, it's a combination of yes and no to that answer. Are we applying like the full time that it takes? No, right? But once we get that model, and we're able to apply it, that's really where the clock starts.
Yep, that makes sense. And also different people are doing these tasks, right, too. So, and depending on where those time, I don't know, funnel type things. What am I trying to say?
Yep, exactly.
Are can potentially, even if it takes more time overall, if it takes less time in the right spot, it could really be a huge advantage. Joe and Hussein, I know that you guys both gave us a couple of examples during your opening remarks, but would love to hear about any more. Or Hussein, if you wanted to respond to the previous comment, that's fine too.
I just wanted to, I mean, I wear a couple of hats. Of course, the regulatory hat and also the kind of like the programmatic hat, because I work on the ground on developing these techniques, and I not myself, I mean, our team work on this, and we have this experience, so we understand the challenges that are on the ground when you are trying to, maybe David mentioned that, for example, you would find more patients in underserved communities. Well, guess what? When you are trying to maybe implement an advanced technology in a hospital that's already underserved, you will face challenges. So I think there's always, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not trying to say, oh, we're not going to do this. Let's stay. We're going to stay where we are. Absolutely not. I'm just trying to think about what are the practical things that we can put forward, maybe baby steps that we can implement, demonstrate to the public and to the community that these things can work. And then hopefully with the advance in technologies, which is very rapid, and then also hand in hand, really important policy and legislation, because some of the examples I heard are in places where you have maybe one payer, so you have access to all the data. Well, try to implement something like this in a distributed system, and you're going to have completely different challenges. So didn't want to steal anyone's thunder, but I just wanted to share my thoughts. Thank you.
And I think that that's a really important point. You know, with tools that might help with RWE, but that need to be placed in hospitals themselves during clinical care, I think it's going to be one situation. And maybe it does make more sense to start with tools where it's working on data that has already been collected, but still has that ability to identify new patients. Joe, I want to give you a chance to chime in with any of your favorite tools as well.
Yeah, I guess I would just say, and I know we're short on time, but maybe I'd just say that we've raised a lot of these examples. I think everybody has their favorite tools, probably depending on where they work, whether it's from site select, you know, what part of the process they focus on, whether it's site selection, safety analyses, et cetera. But I think the takeaway here is that the Venn diagram overlap between RWD and AI is probably a direct overlap, and a full overlap. I think that it's just absolutely imperative, given the compute power and AI techniques that have been available, to think about how to pull more information out of data sources using these tools, and that's part of our role as in the development context.
I think that it's a great point, and I think that. I mean, you're right. It's really spans the gamut, and you know, this question focused a little bit more on what types of tools would be used during real-world evidence generation. But obviously, there's an enormous number of tools that would be that are coming out that are going to be used during normal clinical care, clinical tools, operational tools. David mentioned the passive charting, for example. That could potentially really change what RWD looks like before it even kind of starts the process. And would love to get a couple of your thoughts about how that may change things, and where there might be some potential snags along the way if it does significantly change things. David, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, so I think if we think about the process of typically how we capture this information, usually it is, I mean, we can capture it through automated mechanisms, but most of it's about some kind of interaction with an individual, whether it's a conversation, the patient talking about what the symptoms are, you know, describing a specific example of how things are progressing. That process of capturing information is oftentimes done in a clinical visit. Now, as we talked about before, the clinical visits themselves, time pressured, oftentimes you don't capture all the information. It may have been stated before. But what we also are missing are the opportunities to capture this information outside of the clinical visit. And there are many examples. There are examples where people are talking to call center agents. There are people talking to receptionists. They're talking to the nurse in the triage. All those are opportunities for us to be able to apply this AI to be able to capture that information. Now, we are recognizing that we have the technology today to be able to do that. We also have an ability where we could actually have a technology at the fingertips of an individual so that they could communicate real time as symptoms appear, almost like in a chatbot like environment where they could actually have this and help them to better understand. And these type of examples are allowing us to sort of rethink how we may be able to apply AI, not necessarily on the existing data sets, but in the ability for us to be able to have higher levels of engagement with individuals in a way that allows us to be able to capture that information, put it into structured formats, and put it into areas where we can actually utilize down the road. If we think about this new world, it's not just going to be about physician it being the primary capture or device being the primary capture. It may end up being individuals using AI outside of that capacity, allowing us to be able to capture information that's highly relevant for that particular condition, very timely, and allowing us to be able to then incorporate that into the existing database.
Thank you so much. I 100% agree, and I know that we actually just put out a paper that's related to that. So I don't know whether somebody on our team can throw that into the webinar chat. Jamie, I know you had a couple thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, so when we think about data quality, and I think the question was really around understanding, can we actually use AI potentially for data quality metrics? And I think David and Joe talked about this really at the top of our chat here. But I'll highlight some of those things, such as, missing data. And we talked about missing this, but what are those methods or techniques that can be enhanced from typical imputation? When we think about the mean, median, mode, right? That's where everyone goes to in terms of traditional methods. But then what are some of the other techniques that we can use? Can we use k-means clustering to take a look at anomaly detection? Can we look at k nearest neighbor to take a look at potentially imputing missing values? What are some of those other AI techniques that might be helpful in this space that traditionalists, I call people who are more traditionalists aren't really thinking about at the time. And we know that RWD has its challenges, right? The data is dirty, and we're going to need to do something to it. There's nothing that's going to be perfect. But when we think about the availability of AI tools to help augment the quality, now we're entering into a space where we become okay with the potential of not having that perfect data set, that we can use AI to augment it, and then perhaps we can start to generate more and more evidence and more data.
One thing I wanted to add to that, in addition to missing fields, which we know happens all the time, we see a lot of miscoding. And when you start with if you rely on what has been coded, you're starting off already in the wrong direction. And AI has an opportunity to help identify the miscoding, allow us to be able to then start on the right foot, because that is something that we just have to recognize. And there's a lot of reasons for it. Again, clinicians are very busy. They oftentimes tend to see the same things again and again. They put the same diagnoses. Coding is not a top priority for them as well. They're just simply trying to do that oftentimes from the perspective of billing. I think that we actually have an opportunity to be able to address some of these real big challenges, which we haven't really even thought much about. We just kind of assume that all of this is captured, it's all properly coded, and it's in the system. A lot of problems along the way.
Yeah, and I'll just I'll just add one more thing there. Absolutely. When we think about inconsistent lab values, incorrect values, we think about even the progression of disease, where we see someone stage 1, stage 2 in 2020, and then by 2023, they're at stage 5, then 24, they're back at 1. So those are the types of things that it's not necessarily incorrect, but we have to think about, how do we manage these types of data and inputs when we begin to analyze it?
So I'm really excited about all these potential use cases. I think it could really, be transformative as far in multiple directions. But I do want to take a minute to step back and say, okay, well, now what's the challenges? What are the barriers? And I think that's what several of the questions from the audience also touch on several of these things. So I'm really interested in just thinking through, what is the barrier to real rigorous use of AI? Some of these real rigorous use cases that we've talked about in the last couple of questions. How do we think about how we could remove some of those barriers? And I'm going to start with Joe.
Yeah, great question. And I think it's relevant to follow this, to answer this question following the conversation we just had with David and Jamie describing ways that AI can be used to enhance data quality. I think that that's a really important concept. But then the question becomes, once we have a promising AI technology, and these technologies are largely around data analysis or measurement tools, ways to measure or wring information out of data sets. Bringing that type of tool into the drug development process that's probably one of the most, discriminating and challenging places to bring a measurement tool because of the risk associated with the decision that FDA is making and other regulators are making. And regulators are very careful about the types of measurement tools that they accept data from and they accept conclusions from. And I think this is to me, this is the big challenge, what I was alluding to earlier. And I think that a lot of, we're all waiting for the AI and drug development guidance that FDA has promised. I think that FDA is really, I think we need to commend our FDA colleagues in putting a lot of thought into the types of challenges, associated with just deciding what is the right level of validation needed for different types of AI uses along the entire continuum of drug development. If you just, I think maybe just to highlight one example, and I'll turn it back to you then, Christina. I think if you think about predictive algorithms, and I think predictive algorithms are exciting for all the reasons that we think about using them in clinical practice. They're also exciting for using them in drug development in ways like screening or eligibility criteria for trials or outcome evaluation. I think to trust these is obviously going to depend on some level of validation in the way that any type of outcome is evaluated by FDA. And I think that that validation, because the process for validating becomes really important. I think that there's some really important questions that haven't been answered, including, does validation of models when they're used in different ways require an evaluation by FDA of some of the training data? I think in the way that is suggested by the AI white paper last year. And I think that issue has received a lot of comments from the public. And then I think finally, I'll say that, when we think about real practical use by drug sponsors of different types of measurement tools, the tools that are being used are often made available from third parties, and there may be a set of tools for measuring the same attribute from a variety of different providers. And this type of harmonization among different types of tools for the same purpose, I think, is a really important topic. And I think that there's just as a kind of promising example, I think some of the work that Friends of Cancer Research has done around the use of digital pathology biomarkers, circulating tumor DNA, and trying to understand how different types of tests available from different providers for some of these complex biomarker evaluations can be used in the regulatory setting. I think those types of kind of collective, transparent projects that involve FDA can help push forward and push along some of the uses of these novel tools.
Thank you so much. And I that actually echoes one of the audience questions that I was going to ask Hussein about too. Thinking about whether a demonstration project would be helpful. How could that potentially be done? How can FDA work cooperatively to try and understand, what is the process behind these things? I am going to turn it to Hussein, but this is going to be our last question. So I am going to ask the rest of our panelists to think about just one last thought at the very end to tell me, what is the first thing that we should be doing to make sure that this new future can happen. So I'm going to start with you, Hussein, about the regulatory question.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I could not thank Joe better than the way he set me up for my response. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I think we always say that it's really important to come to the FDA as early as possible in your clinical program, and that includes everything during the clinical trials, after clinical trials, if you're planning on using RWD for to support maybe expansion of indications or for maybe demonstrating safety. Whatever the objective is, it's important to come and speak with us as early as possible to make sure that we are all thinking at the same level. I think this is really important. As Joe mentioned here. The other thing that I wanted to speak about is that for us, we don't really think about it as a completely novel approach. FDA has always been looking at the totality of evidence and has always been looking at data from a benefit risk perspective. So our approach is always going to be risk-based. So for example, if someone is proposing to use a transcription of visits in a clinical setting or maybe clinical visit, that might be maybe lower risk than, for example, telling me, oh, I'm going to have a completely automated system that's going to go through the EHR and pick up cases and adjudicate it and send it to you or determine effectiveness versus safety. The risk is going to really depend on what is the level of evaluation and assessment needed on our side. It's not realistic to ask for source data every time. That's not sustainable. But depending on the risk and depending on how the AI is going to be part of the data curation or maybe the analytics, then we really have to think about what are the evaluation methods that we will need. And this could be just maybe looking at your protocol and maybe some of the training and evaluation assessment of your model development, or maybe looking at the source data. It's going to really be dependent on the case itself. Yep.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to do just a quick round of last thoughts. I'm going to start with Jamie.
Great. Thank you so much. Really have appreciated the discussion here. It's been quite robust. The one thing that I will add, or two actually, are about RWD literacy and AI literacy. It's something that's huge that I've been pushing forward in my organization so that we're all educated and understand the uses, in particular for those that are more inclined to lean toward the traditional approaches. Really understanding those use cases, understanding how it can be used, what the technologies are, what the tools are is really important. And then AI governance, making sure that there is that governance over AI, over the tech, over the use cases is critical.
Thank you. David.
So I'm going to make a plea that we, and this goes broadly beyond RWE, RWD, RWE, that we consider AI in the context of not just risk, but also risk benefit. There is always a risk associated with doing anything, but there may also be associated risk of doing nothing. And in some cases, when we look at the opportunity to improve care, that the AI actually will allow us to be able to raise the bar pretty dramatically with potential risk, but the benefit far exceeding the risk. And I think that is a context that if we look at across all AI, we'll realize that the opportunity to dramatically improve care, to identify things that are broken that we may not even realize were broken, is where AI is going to have its greatest impact. But I think I oftentimes find people focusing only on the negatives, but not really understanding that the opportunity to not do it could actually cause a greater negative overall. And so my encouragement would be always balance the risk with the benefit.
Thanks. Hussein, I'm going to go to you next, although you may have already told us your last thoughts.
No, thank you so much. I could not agree more than with Jamie and David. One thing I wanted to maybe just mention, I had planned to speak about this earlier, but I forgot. So, but one of the things I wanted to really think about is that want us to think about is regardless of the tools or the techniques that we're using, with the data, the type of data that we're dealing with, I think one of the most important things that should be driving our experience and our decisions is actually what's best for the patients themselves. So I think it's going to be really critical for us when we are thinking about solutions that we don't really lose track of, is this really the best for the patients or not? So we could replace a lot of the humans by automated solutions and processes and workflows, but is at the end of the day, are we really making sure that we're not within this process impacting the patients and the public that we are entrusted to with their health?
Patient-centeredness, such a great point. Thank you so much. And Joe, I'm going to give you the final word.
Thanks, and thanks for all the fellow panelists. I think AI in RWD in kind of clinical development of medical products is the mirror image of the use of AI in clinical practice. And as we use more and more AI tools as just a basic part of providing clinical care and improving clinical care, AI use in evaluating data sources for regulatory review has to keep up, or I think the risk is that some of the regulatory review loses relevance to clinical practice, and none of us want to see that happen. That's my biggest anxiety, and that's our challenge to overcome.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank all of our panelists. I think this was a fabulous discussion. Unfortunately, we do have to go on to the next session. I'm going to be turning things over to my colleague, Nitsan Arad, who is going to moderate our last session. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for this great session. And thank you so much, Christina. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our fourth and final session of the day on leveraging real-world data for pricing, coverage, and payment. I'm Nitsan Arad, Assistant Research Director at Duke-Margolis, and I'll be moderating today's discussion. Our objective today is to explore emerging opportunities for using real-world data and evidence to inform payer decisions for medical products. This is an area that continues to evolve and grow in importance with advancement in real-world evidence generation, as we just discussed, and developments in the payer policy environment. We're fortunate to have a panel of distinguished experts with us today, each bringing unique insights and extensive experience in payer decision-making and the application of real-world evidence. Our panelists will discuss how different stakeholders are using real-world data and evidence to inform payment and coverage policies, and the impact of the IRA's drug price negotiation or drug pricing provisions on the use of RWE. They'll also discuss strategic plans for stakeholders to engage on what types of real-world evidence and what sources of real-world data may be most useful to inform policy decisions. So I'd like to introduce our session's panelists. If you could please go on camera and turn on your mics. Our first speaker is Lee Fleischer. He's a principal and founder of Rubrum Advising LLC and a Duke-Margolis visiting fellow. Lee is also the former Chief Medical Officer and Director of the Center for Clinical Standards and Quality at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS. Our second panelist is Inmaculada Inma Hernandez. She's a professor at the University of California, San Diego, Skaggs School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. Rodrigo Refollo Camejo is our third panelist, and he's the Executive Director of RWE Science and Innovation at GlaxoSmithKline, GSK. And lastly, Annette James is our fourth panelist in a health policy or in a health consulting actuary, focusing primarily on providing health actuarial services to state and federal agencies. She's also the president and CEO of IBIS Actuarial Consulting, and she chairs the American Academy of Actuaries Health Equity Workgroup. Before we move to our panelist presentations, I just want to remind our audience to feel free to share your questions and comments throughout the session in the chat, and we will do our best to get to them so that the session can be as interactive and informative as possible. So now I'll turn it over to our speakers, and we'll start with Lee with his opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much, and it's a privilege to be here always and be part of a Duke-Margolis event. I'm going to start with the whole idea of coverage with evidence development and how my experience as a health services researcher who's really done work in causal inference prior to coming into the agency really helped influence how I thought about doing this. And probably the most famous or infamous decision during that time, still a little bit of PTSD, is the decision around the use of monoclonal antibodies for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. And really thinking through, we had the small randomized trials, we had the outcomes, many of which for the accelerated approval were surrogate outcomes or outcomes that were thought to indicate improvement in patient disease. And CMS, because of its reasonable and necessary for the diagnosis or treatment of an illness or injury, really required a different bar, a different statutory authority than the FDA. So as we thought through what we needed to document, and particularly after full approval was obtained, it became important that we felt that the generalizability of the data to really the entire ecosystem required a real-world evidence structure. And prior to leaving the agencies, one of the last acts was really to stand up the registry for these drugs once full approval was obtained or traditional approval. And the idea really was the combination of 10 data elements every 6 months plus claims data could answer those coverage with evidence development questions, really about the risks. It couldn't answer the question per se of what happens in the ApoE subgroup. It was thought that fit for purpose evidence, that we would need sort of different trials to ask that question. But the question of, could you provide this drug in any location in the United States? What are high-risk patients from their comorbidities? What's the right care team? That's really a real-world evidence question. And the use of claims or enhanced claims, and really the way I thought about this was having worked with the SEER database, for anybody who's worked in the cancer field, really became the basis for how we came up with that data set. Similarly, when the other final actions I took prior to leaving the agency was really to work with Steve Farmer and Tamara Sirak-Jensen in the coverage group to propose the TSET pathway. And I know we're all waiting, or many of us are waiting for that to be finalized, and I hope soon. But it's the idea that really the registries that were the traditional approach to high-risk things like TAVR and incidences in which there's high risk of morbidity and mortality, but they also have incredibly high burden of data collection. And if it's not needed, really TSET talks about doing a parallel process with the FDA and identifying what additional information is needed and really getting to that fit for purpose evidence collection. And that became very important with really an end in sight, not continuing CED forever, but sort of defining it needed to be done within 5 years and really, again, looking to that issue of evidence. I think most recently, I'm proud to have co-authored with Ali Abbasi, who's a Duke, who's part of this ecosystem, but importantly, Commissioner Califf, on the issue of data collection and the importance of the commercial payers to participate in data collection and the appropriate coverage of new technologies, drugs, devices. And really the question, and as many people have said, how would you do that? It's really, you would almost need something through an HIE, a health information exchange, the ability to really use real world evidence from the billing data and the EHR for both health systems as well as both commercial as well as CMS data to answer these questions, given the novel statistical models that we really are able to do. And I think this becomes incredibly important. So I think I'll stop there, and thanks so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lee, for these great comments. And I'll turn it over to Inma now.
Thank you for the invitation to participate today. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the Inflation Reduction Act, and particularly the role that real-world evidence may play in drug negotiation and also in drug coverage after the passage of this reform. The Inflation Reduction Act included 3 major drug-related provisions, and I think that real-world evidence can play a role in a couple of them. I'm going to talk very briefly about the out-of-pocket cap in Part D, and then I will spend the remaining of my time talking about drug negotiation. So the Inflation Reduction Act implemented a $2,000 out-of-pocket cap in Medicare Part D. As a result of this reform, Part D plans will now bear a higher share of the spending in the catastrophic phase. I believe this will incentivize them to adopt more aggressive measures to manage high-cost products that push patients above the catastrophic phase. So in other words, I'm saying that there's some concerns that this redesign may lead to stricter utilization management strategies and potentially narrower formularies. However, as we know, Medicare Advantage Part D plans do benefit from medical cost offsets associated with the use of highly valued drugs that may prevent expensive downstream events. So I think this is where maybe real-world evidence can play a role. Real-world evidence can help plans, particularly MAPD plans, navigate this fine balance between handling spending on the catastrophic phase of Part D and also thinking about potential offsets on the medical side. I can see how maybe this point is not as obvious, and I do recognize that when one talks about real-world evidence and the Inflation Reduction Act, probably most people are thinking about drug negotiation. So as you probably know, after the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, CMS is able to negotiate drug prices in Medicare. And I believe that real-world evidence will play a key role in this process. I'm saying that because comparative effectiveness data is a key element in the negotiation, at least according to the current guidance that we have from CMS. So specifically, CMS will identify therapeutic alternatives to the drugs selected for negotiation. Then they will look at the prices of those therapeutic alternatives after discounts, and that will serve as the starting point for the negotiation. This starting point will be adjusted based on comparative effectiveness data of how the drug selected for negotiation compares in terms of clinical benefit to the therapeutic alternative. I think this is where real-world evidence will play a crucial role, because most clinical trials compare new drugs to a standard of care at the time of FDA approval. So for instance, if we think about the new anticoagulants, apixaban and rivaroxaban, selected for this first round of negotiation, both of them were compared to warfarin in clinical trials. Warfarin is an older product. However, I don't know that warfarin, or in general, those drugs that were used as reference in clinical trials, may be the ones that CMS selects for therapeutic alternatives for negotiation. I'm saying that because CMS guidance explicitly says that CMS will prioritize drugs that are more clinically comparable, meaning drugs that are more similar to the ones selected for negotiation. So for instance, in the example of the new anticoagulants, dabigatran or rivaroxaban, which are other drugs in class, are more similar to apixaban. But we don't have head-to-head trials comparing among these new anticoagulants. So this is the reason why I think real-world evidence will be key to inform negotiations after the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, I will acknowledge that it's unclear how real-world evidence will be used. It's unclear how we will have trade-offs in terms of benefit versus price. And it's also unclear what CMS will accept in terms of standards of evidence. I think this is an area where professional organizations and manufacturers have asked for additional clarification. And I do think that some additional clarification would be very helpful to guide evidence generation for future rounds of negotiation. I will stop there, and I'm happy to chat a little bit more in the Q&A section.
Yeah, thank you, Inma, and we'll definitely touch on this topic a little more in the Q&A session and talk more about kind of CMS policy in this context with additional clarity that's still needed. And great points about the Part D kind of integration of pharmacy benefit with medical benefit. As you've highlighted, this is more feasible with MAPDs. It's less feasible, kind of fewer incentives when it comes to standalone PDPs, and it is something that we're actively thinking about at Duke-Margolis, and we'll also publish some papers about, well, maybe there's not going to be full integration, but some short-term steps that plans and providers can take to really enhance this collaboration. Okay, next I'll go to Rodrigo.
Thank you, Nitsan. It's a great pleasure to be here today, bringing my personal perspective to such an important topic in the future of healthcare. Thank you so much for the Duke-Margolis team for the invite and the opportunity to be in this panel. As we've been hearing all afternoon, we're navigating through a ever-changing landscape, and the importance of real-world data, as Imran just mentioned, in addressing these efficiency questions for drugs and vaccines cannot never be overstated. And maybe I'll start a little bit with kind of a point in terms of we often use, and it was referred to today already, that term real-world data and real-world evidence interchangeably, but it's not necessarily mean the same. And in terms of practice and how real-world data is used, I mean, it's already used. We heard from Lee, it's already used in some of the processes, in some of the discussions that we talk about coverage. And with regard to real-world evidence based on real-world data, it's already an entity in a regulatory process when assessing and evaluating safety. So we're not starting from scratch, and I think that's important to note here. And then I think the other piece, which I think we can all agree, is that real-world data reflects everyday practice, and it reflects a treatment or an intervention that is, is going to seek a broader, more diverse population. So there's obviously a benefit there in terms of evaluating true and real safety, but I think there's a potential, and I think otherwise people will not be on this call. Most of us will agree there's a big potential to have that assessment of longer term benefit and possibly identifying the patient populations that benefit the most from that intervention. So we can possibly say that real-world evidence can be used to bridge that gap between the clinical trial data and real-world practice. The question I have is, can we bridge that gap in a real time to inform the decision making and review of the practice? And whilst regulators, and we heard in the previous session, regulators have been progressively accepting the real world data use, and then we just hear guidance being issued more and more, but payers across the world, they not necessarily show this enthusiasm, and I personally find this somewhat surprising, because I think it will be beneficial for HTA bodies across the world and payers to embrace real world data more openly, because ultimately it does replicate true clinical outcomes and true budget impact. And maybe the US changes will show how uniquely positioned real world evidence is to answer these questions. I think from an industry perspective, one thing that I would expect to happen is this formalization of the ask of real world evidence to come post-launch will make companies to think about real world evidence from a more integrated perspective, almost like a cradle to the grave approach. So it's likely you may be seeing companies to use data and generating data that will help also the discovery and research stages and take it through the development and the regulatory discussions, as well as the access and pricing negotiations, and then the post-launch negotiations. And that is positive. I think that is positive, because ultimately will enhance our understanding of patients, will enhance our understanding of the disease itself and the product, and that should help us to meet the needs of regulators, payers, and providers, and the questions that they have for us. But this is a very time and resource intensive investment, and possibly may need to be done many years before a successful launch. So any clear guidance that will help reducing uncertainty, and Imran just touched on that, from decision-making bodies will be helpful to incentivize the thinking around real-world evidence from an industry perspective. And it's, stakeholders and regulators, payers, and providers will have different goals. They'll have different objectives, and it is okay to have different requirements. But there should be some form of alignment, or at least an agreement on where they may differ in terms of the expectations, in terms of the generation and utilization of real-world evidence. And my last point relates to the opportunity of basically, which I think Lee also alluded to, of integrating different types of data and data sources. Interoperability is absolutely key to realizing the full potential of real-world data. And for the future, we should be ambitious, and we should think about a robust system where the data flows from platform to platform, with no effort, and does enable that comprehensive and time input into the decision making. So just to wrap up, I truly believe the real world evidence does hold that immense promise to informing pricing and coverage and payment decisions. By adopting that integrated real world approach, by seeking the alignment across decision-making bodies, and by enhancing that interoperability, I think we can really unlock the full potential of real-world data, and with that, improve patient outcomes and drive efficiency in the system and drive innovation in healthcare. So I very much look forward to the discussion and the questions that come in the panel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Rodrigo. And yes, looking forward to discussing some solutions and ways to overcome these challenges a little more in the discussion later. Annette, last but not least.
Thank you so much, first of all, to Duke-Margolis team for inviting me to represent the actuarial perspective on this. Before we go too far, what I'd like to do is first introduce give some background on the American Academy of Actuaries and actuaries' role in the healthcare system, because we're not always at the table. So the American Academy of Actuaries is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with about 20,000 members. And our mission is to serve the public and the U.S. actuarial profession by providing actuarial expertise and objective advice to public policy decision makers on a wide array of issues. So, as I said, I'm here today to represent the Academy's Health Equity Committee, which was formed in 2020 to provide an actuarial lens on the issue of access to affordable, quality healthcare. The fact is, we as an actuaries are often in the room working alongside healthcare professionals and decision makers. So it made sense for us to join the conversation. And we're usually involved, people may not realize this, we're involved in all aspects of health insurance plan design, pricing, reserving, developing care management programs, and different provider payment models. So traditionally, actuaries have taken the lead with respect to projecting the costs of benefits and calculating the resulting premiums. So our approach in the Health Equity Committee was to help develop opportunities to improve access to care and health outcomes by first taking an introspective look at the analytical methodologies that we often use in our work to see how our traditional actuarial practices may be impacting access and health outcomes either positively or negatively. So we understood when we undertook this venture that we're trying to look at the world in a different way through an equity lens. And so we may need to develop new methodologies, new tools, new evidence to accomplish our goals. So traditionally, actuaries have relied heavily on one type of real-world data, and that's claims data. Although quite honestly, we didn't call it real-world data, it is. And so we understand that there's several limitations to the use of claims data. For example, claims data does not include every information on everybody. So for those who don't use the healthcare system or underutilize the healthcare system, they are not fairly represented when you just focus on claims data. And that disproportionately impacts historically marginalized population. Additionally, claims data doesn't include information on health outcomes. And both of these limitations preclude the types of analyses that we as actuaries need to perform in order to fully understand and evaluate the impact of treatments or new benefits, new drugs on health outcomes and cost effectiveness. And as Rodrigo said, connecting different data sources can truly help improve the effectiveness of our analyses. So in 2023, our Health Equity Committee focused on what could we do to remove the barriers to equity enhancing benefit designs, such as those benefits that address social determinants of health, such as food as medicine benefits and transportation benefits, as well as value-based insurance design or VBID. And we focused on the self-funded employer market since most Americans access the healthcare system through their employers. And there is much more regulatory and operational flexibility in employer-sponsored space. And what we found is that the cost of implementing equity-enhancing benefit is a significant barrier to implementation of these types of innovative designs. So we've been thinking a lot about how could we change the metric for evaluating these types of programs by incorporating outcomes into the analysis. In other words, to truly move the needle on health equity, we realize that we need to switch the focus from cost to value, quality, and cost effectiveness. That means that we need to focus on quantifying the overall impact rather than just on the cost of adding benefits or implementing new programs. And to do that, we need evidence to tie the outcomes to access and use of specific benefits or medical treatments. The second takeaway from our work last year is that different sources of data may be needed in addition to traditional sources such as claims data. However, before we can use these additional sources, we need to intentionally seek to understand the data and its limitations. So I'll end my initial remarks with this. We also recognize that the problems related to healthcare access and outcomes are huge, multifaceted societal issues that cannot be solved by one person or one group. But it will take a multidisciplinary approach with people from different perspectives who don't usually interact, coming together to solve these issues. So who am I talking about? I'm talking about clinicians, researchers, policy experts, policy makers, and yes, actuaries. And there are probably a few categories of people that I didn't include. So there are many areas for collaboration between actuaries and researchers, and I believe that our perspectives are different, but very much aligned, and there are potential areas for collaboration. And I'll be happy to expand on this later in the discussion. Thanks again for having me join this conversation.
Thank you so much, Annette, for these really important comments. And thank you to all our panelists for those insightful opening remarks. Obviously, there's a lot of exciting work that's happening in the realm of real-world evidence and its application in coverage, pricing, and reimbursement decisions. And we're going to explore some specific use cases and strategies in more detail now. As a reminder, the audience can submit questions through the Q&A function at the bottom of your Zoom window. And I can see that a couple of you already have submitted some questions. But in the meantime, we'll start with a few questions that I have for the panel. So first, Lee, would be great to start with you and talk a little more about Medicare coverage. We know that additional evidence beyond what's available at approval is often crucial for clinical decision-making for diverse Medicare beneficiaries and care settings. And in your comments, you actually highlighted generalizability as the key issue that requires further post-market evidence in many cases. And so with CMS's recent proposed guidance documents on coverage with evidence developments and also the national coverage analysis process, it seems that the agency is moving towards a framework that emphasizes fit-for-purpose study designs, using real-world data and evidence, and also new guidance on fit-for-purpose studies from CMS is also on the horizon, which should help align studies with a reasonable and necessary coverage standard and ensure the generation of robust evidence that's reflective of real-world use and Medicare subgroups is present. You also discussed the Alzheimer's drug coverage decision and the TSET pathway, where real-world data is really key because it helps expand findings to patient groups and situations that are less visible in traditional RCTs. So my question is, what additional guidance regarding real-world data and real-world evidence usage would help ensure that studies meet CMS's standards for rigor, increase confidence in study results, and build predictability and transparency into coverage processes?
Thanks so much for the question. It's a great question. Prior to my arrival, the leadership of the coverage group, as well as the coding group who decides on benefit categories, had developed sort of a one-stop shop where you could go in. TJ Sullivan runs it. So they had already sort of put out a new front door. And I really need to thank Duke-Margolis and particularly Mark McClellan himself for all the work they did to try to get additional resources for the coverage and analysis group, because I think they're very interested in meeting earlier. There's actually a memorandum of understanding between the FDA and CMS. There's an ability for manufacturers to share, even at times to be in the same room if that's what they would like. The problem is that there's about 40 people in the coverage group total, as opposed to the tens of thousands at the FDA, and thousands in individual centers and sub-centers. So I think the key is to approach it early. I think they will spend more and more time getting to sort of the key questions that people have been asking. And I really want to thank Annette's last comments about the issue of equity and the question of, does the population reflect the Medicare population, which is criteria number one, for whom the drug or device, and particularly devices is the primary area, reflect, so that the clinical trial may be 1,000 or 2,000 patients. Frequently, it's much smaller in the device space, but using real world evidence and trying to determine if, particularly as again in the device space, that it looks similar in the patients in whom you would use it, if it's diffused throughout all of Medicare, is really the key questions.
Great. Thank you. That's really helpful. And you talked about devices. Oh, and I think someone dropped a question in the chat about when's a good time to reach out to CMS. So I think you kind of addressed it, but I don't know if you have any additional comments on timing here.
Yeah, in my current role, and as we've been talking to people in our advising, somewhere in the 6 to 12 months prior to getting FDA clearance or approval, particularly, as I said, it's almost exclusively in the device and rarely in the drug, is a good time to start reaching out, particularly if you can pivot. As we know, the CMS has taken an increased role in the IDE Category B studies when they approve it, really making sure it answers the question. So, our advice is not too early, but certainly as you start collecting your data, you don't always need randomized trials, which is what this panel's about. I think, particularly with some of the actuarial and other ways of looking at a appropriate comparison group, showing improvement, it can be done with real world data.
Thank you. And so as you mentioned, you talked mostly about devices. So to go back to your PTSD coverage decision, as you called it, about the Alzheimer's drugs. So CMS came out with its own registry, and it did a really good job in making this registry very accessible to providers, because most of these data elements that you brought up earlier can be obtained from claims data. But as Annette mentioned now, claims data also has its limitations, and it's not necessarily indicative of the important health outcomes that CMS might be looking for. So any thoughts on how CMS can move the needle in this?
Yeah, so the difference between devices and therapeutics, and I want to make this clear, that therapeutics, for example, in cancer, and I think someone in the last panel mentioned the work in ctDNA that Friends of Cancer Research have been working on. And the nice thing about that is that they even said, and the FDA, they'd like the outcome to be well established and accepted by all. And I think that's a little bit of one of the few reasons in the Alzheimer drug that we did open something up, is that surrogate markers and making the right outcome. I think correctly, until we get to self-identified race, ethnicity, we're going to have some problems of really getting to the questions we answer. But therapeutics, importantly, the FDA requires randomized trials. While in devices, you can go through 510K and show its safety and says it does what it does, but it may not improve patient outcomes, but it's highly likely to improve patient outcomes. And I think that's the real difference. And the hope would be, as we get one of the visions, and I think, again, going back to Dr. McClellan and others, is could we use USCDI? Could we use Smart on Fire apps to pull that and make it, combine that with NPI and Medicare number to really make it the real world evidence that we want to do in the future.
Thank you so much. It's a really great comments. Going back to the initial question that I asked, but now turning to the other panelists to ask them something that's pretty similar in the IRA context. So in the price negotiation program, CMS has highlighted the use of real-world evidence in its comparative effectiveness decisions, which, as Inma started to talk about, it makes a lot of sense for two reasons. One is the substantial time that the selected drug needs to be on the market prior to drug selection for negotiations. So it's at least 7 years for small molecules and 11 years for biologics. And this really makes this program unique relative to assessments and negotiations in other countries. And number two, because information about important benefits in Medicare populations and subgroups, which CMS said in its guidance that it would prioritize, is typically difficult to demonstrate in pre-market randomized control trials, as we just talked about this entire day. But we know the real-world evidence generation takes time, and it could be particularly challenging for demonstrating comparative effectiveness when the relevant comparator or comparators, CMS said that it would be open to looking at several comparators for each selected drug, if they're approved and introduced later in the game. Plus, the negotiation timelines are pretty tight from the moment of drug selection by CMS. This is just, the timeline, that's the statutory timeline that CMS needs to work under. I want to ask the panel, whoever wants to take this first, how can the development of relevant real-world evidence for drugs that might be up for negotiations in the coming years be encouraged? Obviously, it's too late for drugs in this round because the prices are about to be announced in about a month or so, but for other drugs in years to come, what kind of guidance from CMS or other measures that the agency could take would be most helpful here? Maybe I'll start with you. I see you. Yeah.
I will say that the strong signal that CMS can send to incentivize the generation of evidence is prices in the first rounds that are reflective of evidence, right? So I was asked yesterday whether I thought maybe there's two drug pairs that are going to be negotiated within the same class, meaning two drug classes that have two drugs being negotiated Both of them have, I think, clear evidence on which drug may have a stronger therapeutic profile from real world evidence. So I was asked yesterday if I thought they were gonna have the same price, the same negotiated price. And I would be surprised if that was the case, because that would be a clear disincentive for manufacturers to generate evidence, right? If there's evidence out there, but it hasn't actually been reflected in negotiation. So I think the strongest signal that CMS can send is prices that are reflective of evidence. But I think more in line with what you were asking, I think it would be important to add maybe a little bit of clarity on the therapeutic alternatives that will be used for negotiation. From the research we are doing, I believe this is one of the areas that introduces the most uncertainty, because it will be difficult or just uncertain for manufacturers to spend resources on doing these real world evidence studies if it's unclear that they are going to be accepted based on the alternatives that CMS will prefer, right? And I think you made an excellent point that sometimes if CMS is going to look at drugs that are the most similar to those negotiated, we may be talking about drugs that have entered the market after the drug has been selected for negotiation. After the drug that was selected for negotiation. So I think clarity on alternatives will be important. And finally, I imagine manufacturers will keep asking for a little bit more guidance around the type of quality and the type of expectations that CMS may have for how that evidence needs to look like to be included in the portfolio and for CMS to consider it in negotiation. And I don't know if maybe Rodrigo has any other thoughts about this.
And just to say before turning to Rodrigo, I think it's a great point. And I think when it comes to therapeutic alternative selection, which CMS said they're going to look at real world data for this as well, right? I think that in the second year guidance, they actually expanded their approach and said, oh, we're going to be looking at the whole gamut of therapeutic alternatives, which, you know, each approach I think has its pros and cons, right? So it might allow you to look at kind of older products and generate this real world evidence. But at the same time, these products, like you mentioned, with the DOACs, they're not necessarily comparable or definitely not interchangeable with warfarin, right? So I think it's yet to be seen what CMS is going to do. Sorry, Rodrigo.
Yeah, and so I mean, others will be much better placed to talk about, you know, how effective the IRA will be. But to me personally, you know, decisions that are informed by data will always be better than just, you know, arbitrary cuts. You know, this said, you know, decisions are made based on data without giving the opportunity for the interested parties to have access to those data, understand, digest, and challenge it if it's a case of that. It will still feel like an arbitrary decision if that is not given. You know, ultimately, we could go back to the point I made before around providing clear indication of the expectations, both in terms of the drugs that may be selected and the expectation in terms of the type of data that is to be expected. You know, we ultimately, I think there's an opportunity also for the industry to utilize real world evidence as a life cycle tool to demonstrate, you know, the value against the alternatives, and this is you know, is an opportunity that hopefully the industry will also take, but ultimately it will involve a lot of planning. It will involve a lot of preparation and analysis. It can be used in other aspects of drug development, as I mentioned. It can be used to inform R&D. It can be used to inform discussions and pricing and coverage discussions elsewhere in the world. But ultimately, there needs to be that, you know, I think, clear guidance, transparency, and the openness for that collaboration to provide an indication of what to be expected. If that is in place, I would expect the industry to start thinking about it in a more integrated way and see it also as an opportunity for real world evidence to take off.
Thank you. Maybe just to kind of jump on this point. So as we just said, you know, the use of or kind of the use of real world evidence is pretty unique in the CMS drug price negotiations compared to what's going on in other programs around the world, just given the timing of drug selection and drug negotiations. But other agencies have already around the world have issued guidance around the treatment of real-world evidence in drug assessments and negotiations. Does CMS need to really invent the wheel here, or do you think that there is already some work that's been done that can be, at least serve as a good starting point?
I mean, I think the US is a very unique system, and as you mentioned, the IRA is focusing on drugs that have been on the market for some time, so there will be that wealth of accumulated data. I would say actually, if we think about the HTA agencies, with some exceptions around possibly oncology and rare diseases, the decision making tends to be at the point of market entry. So the real world data is not necessarily there. There are, in one particular case in the UK, NICE does have the guidance and the process to review decisions based on real world evidence, but in practice, it's only now kind of taking off also. So I think the process in the US will hopefully also work as a catalyst for people to understand the value of real world evidence and again push the different organizations, the researchers, the pharmaceutical industry, the regulators, the HTA, the actuarial organizations to think about the solutions. And I think that is possibly something that will make the system evolve elsewhere also, and ultimately you'll benefit and expand the use of real world data in a kind of a well-informed way, in a timely manner, but for that, processes in some of these countries will still need to be adapted and changed. So I wouldn't expect to see much of that happening immediately, but I think it'll be kind of a catalyst, possibly a domino effect that we'll see elsewhere.
Thank you. I want to take a question from the audience. So we have a question here. When we use claims data or retrospective data, there's often a time gap before the medicine can have wider, better access to patients. Are there any thoughts on how we can incorporate real-world data, real-world evidence at the stage of drug development to improve access? Anyone who would like to relate to this?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand improve access, and if they're saying when it finally is approved to improve access versus, there are a lot of individuals who are asking for random trials of one, for very rare diseases. And I think it's important that, especially the comments of all the panelists with regard to looking at the natural history of a disease with a particular population. I think what real world evidence really does provide is an ability to develop a control group. The question is, when is it appropriate to do a randomized trial? And when is it appropriate, maybe for expansion of indications, that you do a real world trial, you see the drug is working is very safe and effective, for example, for one type of cancer. And now you want to look at other types of cancer for expansion of indications. The question for the FDA and others will be, when is it appropriate to have a synthetic, a appropriate real world data to expand an indication more than, I think, for the initial treatment? But I'd be curious if others might have comments on that.
And we know that the issue of indication expansion is also extremely important in the IRA context, just because these, further indications that come later are not going to benefit from the same time window until negotiation. So if others want to chime in on kind of things that CMS can do to work with FDA to maybe have quicker and more efficient evidence generation for additional indications.
Well, I think, I was just going to echo. There's a number of ways in which we will data, real world evidence informs drug development. And I think, just from understanding the disease, as Lee just mentioned, to understanding the patient better, identifying the endpoints that really matter for us to include in the trials, to make sure that the trials are inclusive as much as possible of the population that will ultimately, the drug will be served to. So I think, that is already exists. I think the question will still remain. I mean, and there are techniques we can talk about, trial emulation. I think there will always be a reservation from HTA agencies and payers at the starting point to kind of allow access to be broadened from the get-go. I think it will be an evolution in terms of confidence on the methodology and the tools. That said, I think the quickest benefit to see would be if we manage to, again, to go back to that interoperability of the data sources, that if we can get the data quicker to the decision makers, and obviously in a robust manner, in the way that is integrated, in the way that answers the questions that they have, that's probably going to be the biggest leap that we're going to see. So not so much in terms of saying, drug is approved, there you go, we pay for everything, but actually in understanding quicker where the value is, where the benefit is, for which populations, in what way, because it can actually be more beneficial than it was believed in the trials. So that, I think it will be a matter of speed rather than broadness of the data that is available.
Yeah. Annette, I'd like to turn to you. So the actuarial perspective is often lacking in these broader policy discussions, and you started touching on this point, but maybe can you please provide the perspective of a health actuary on medical product coverage, pricing, and reimbursement based on real-world evidence in more detail?
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to, before I go to that, I want to kind of piggyback on something that Rodrigo said, which is, the speed of the data. I think the speed needs to be balanced with making sure that the data is as accurate as it could be. I think there are a lot of things that we could do to, because sometimes speed is not the most important thing. It is very important when you're talking about getting drugs to market and so on, but also balancing that with accuracy and really understanding the data. Because as I like to say, all data has bias. And so understanding that bias doesn't necessarily mean that you don't use the data, but understanding that bias, proactively looking for the flaws in the data would get you further as far as being able to use the data in an informed way. So I just wanted to kind of mention that. Now, your question about the actuarial perspective and how we, what we can bring to the table, I think is your question on that, because we aren't always in the room. So the one thing that we, when we think about data and about using real world evidence, it is very clear to us that we need real world evidence to inform our assumptions that we make in pricing, evaluating coverages, and analyzing different payment models. And so when public policy options are being discussed, we can provide insights on the real world consequences of those policies. For example, how those decisions regarding private insurance plan designs would be affected, how premiums would be affected, and how access to care might be affected. And one thing that a couple of the panelists mentioned is the ability to connect different data sources to improve the analysis and to improve the insights on policy. So I think that's what I think of when I think of the health actuary perspective and how we could use real world evidence. I have a specific example of how I think we can, earlier in my remarks, I mentioned that collaboration is really important. And one of the things that I think, I'll give you a specific example, is like in looking at the impact of new behavioral health drugs, for example, our usual approach is to look at the cost of that new drug, look at the utilization or expected utilization of that drug, and then and that's how we price it. But now we are actively working on a framework to include other aspects such as health outcomes and quality measures and so on. So when we're evaluating a product, a benefit, we can use a more robust and all-encompassing set of metrics to evaluate it.
Perfect, thank you. And Lee, I think you might have a follow-up question to Annette's great comments.
Well, and actually to the other panelists, because I'm bringing the perspective. We just had a panel previously on AI. And Annette talks about the quality of the data and the speed at which you're using the data. When I was doing my health services research, it would take us weeks to months to ensure the data was clean enough to answer the question. And then I turn around and talk to people at the Cosmos database or others who are saying, well, with AI, we can run an analysis, overnight. We can quickly get you an answer. And that puts a little bit of fear into me and to my former collaborators who are, serious statisticians about, how should we look at the promise of AI and AI creating a lot of these databases from the EHR. And I can't remember which of the panelists talked about the quality of the data in the EHR versus looking at how the robustness of our data sources as we create real world data. So be curious from the different perspectives.
Okay, I jump in. I think, I share your sense of terror when thinking about AI kind of doing the analysis of the data and so on. But on the other side, it provides quite a bit of opportunity. So it's excitement and terror at the same time, which is kind of interesting. But I think there is a way that we need to kind of think about the application of AI and how it could enhance our work without the risks that it could bring. So AI cannot replace the human intervention, but it can certainly enhance. And I think we need to tread lightly or carefully, but also embrace it at the same time.
I share the fear, and I'm not an expert in AI, so I share the concerns around all of the pre-processing that we're used to doing to get to what we call an analytical sample and how that can be replaced. But I'm not an expert, so I cannot speak in more detail.
And I had a couple of questions that we're going to have to skip because of time. But Annette, there was a follow-up question for you in the chat that is asking if insurers use RWE to decide coverage when a drug is used off-label, and could this guide expansion of indication coverage?
Okay, that I can't directly answer. I think AI is used in a lot of different ways in the healthcare system. But the specific question, I'm not an expert in that area, so I can't address it. But RWE could be used to not necessarily decide coverage, but to enhance the ability of insurance companies to make coverage decisions.
So even for the insurance company I worked with for a short while, i.e. CMS, if you read, I think it's chapter 13 in the manual, they do say real world evidence is a way that the MACs, the Medicare administrative contractors, can make decisions as part of their overall analysis.
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, I think that's all the time that we have for this session. It was a great discussion, and we really appreciate all the questions from the audience, and special thanks to our panelists for their participation and the really great insights on this important topic. I'll be handing it back to Rachel Hendrick-Stirrup to provide closing remarks for the day. Rachel?
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. This was a very robust and informative discussion, one that we will continue to have within our real world evidence collaborative conversations and broadly as we continue to engage and conduct our own research within Duke-Margolis on the topic of real world evidence policy. So I want to say thank you again to all of our participants who contributed today. We heard a lot of exciting topics and developments within the scope and even at the intersection of real world evidence generation and implementation, that across various settings, including but not limited to artificial intelligence and machine learning, regulatory, pricing, payment, and coverage, as you just heard, and also healthcare and health maintenance settings. We even heard about the importance of considering the patient voice in this discussion, translating that patient voice into something actionable in the form of real world data and evidence. We are, again, very delighted to host this event. This is an annual event. This is our 2024 iteration of this event. We will host it again next year. As we start to close out, I want to briefly recap on today's discussion. So at the top of the event, Rich Forshee, well, first we heard from, in fact, our Institute Director, Mark McClellan, who welcomed us, followed by Rich Forshee, who provided a keynote discussion on the value of real world evidence and how it can complement randomized controlled trials, or RCTs. We learned about real world evidence policy, regulatory policy focused activities that are ongoing at the FDA, learned about a few case studies presented on behalf of CBER. We heard an overview on the history and integration of robust real-world data and evidence, and FDA, as FDA considers it to support their decision-making. We talked a lot about how real-world evidence can address uncertainty even in regulatory decisions. And the FDA can do this by considering data from a variety of different sources. So really, real-world data and evidence can serve as a complement to a lot of the clinical trial data even that comes across the agency's desks for consideration. While this doesn't change the substantial evidence standard that is required by the FDA, however, there is no indication of lowering standards by using or implementing real-world data and generating real-world evidence to support regulatory decision-making. So that's an important takeaway, I think, from our opening remarks. During session one, I myself shared some of our latest updates at the Duke-Margolis Institute, including the release of 3 new white papers over the last couple of months, one of which was released today on the topic of accelerated approvals and coverage and evidence, shared evidentiary opportunities in that regard. We talked a bit about international harmonization developments, really looking at specific terminologies and definitions with respect to fit for purpose real world data. So looking at relevance, reliability, quality, also looking at what is the definition of real world data and evidence itself. We then heard from representatives, Laura D'Angelo from Agency IQ at Politico, and we also heard from Joe, who's at the evidence base, who both provided trends, or discussed rather trends that they follow as they track and follow developments within the real world evidence landscape. We all understand now that while real world data and evidence has many moving pieces, it is important for us to consider evolving guidance coming out of regulatory agencies like the FDA, following developments within the FDA's Advancing Real World Evidence Program and others, even within the European Union, for example, as they also embark on this journey with us and with the potential to inform us. We learned about how it's not just regulators that are focused on this, but also others within this landscape. Again, as we heard, payers, even multiple stakeholders within the healthcare delivery space, such as pharmacists, those who facilitate coverage policies, those who support interoperability of across data systems and data standards. Everyone really is having or taking interest in this topic and conversation, and really we need that multidisciplinary effort in order to make strides and also to move the needle where it makes the most sense and where it's most needed, especially to address unmet patient needs. So speaking of interoperability and the types of data and considerations around the data curation and validation and quality itself, during session 2, we discussed updates with respect to updates and considerations with respect to source data and access to it for decision makers. This is a very hot topic within the Real World Evidence Collaborative and among stakeholders broadly. That is, we discussed the importance on looking at the entire data lifecycle, starting at how the data is acquired or generated, how it's curated, how it's sourced, thinking about how to incorporate more stakeholders into within that flow, incorporating more stakeholder perspectives into conversations about secure access to the data and processing of the data, stakeholders including patients and providers and payers, how they all can come together to ensure that the data is reliable and accessible in a meaningful way. We talked a lot about privacy. In fact, some of our panelists discussed HIPAA, some of its limitations, how HIPAA complements or lives even within its own lane as we think about the broader and evolving data privacy legal landscape, whether at the state or federal level. We also talked about differences between aggregated and unaggregated data sets, how new sources of unaggregated data pose interesting opportunities for the real world evidence policy and utilization space. We learned that many sound decisions can be made with real world evidence, but we still need sufficient standardization, whether that standardization is supportable by regulatory stakeholders or others, or even among the research community to the extent that they have existing tools or standards themselves to support their analysis of real world data to translate it or transform it into evidence. All of this is really important to consider across the data lifecycle. Data integrity is very important. Thinking about how data, again, is generated or collected or documented, how it becomes transformed or curated, moved, stored to several different places at several different times, sometimes by several different institutions or players. The need to preserve the reliability of the data and its quality throughout this entire course, and also maintain the provenance of that data. That is especially important, especially to regulators and others who rely on the data to make very important decisions with respect to access to therapeutic treatments that are new and emerging, but then also understanding whether or not the data is reliable in the sense that to the extent it's been transformed so much or changed in various ways, is it still reliable at that stage? We need validation measures in place and operational procedures that can support confidence in our ability to transform data into meaningful ways to ensure that people are receiving safe and effective treatments. in a timely manner. All of this is very important. And so with that being said, data curators are always asking, what is the FDA really looking for? A lot of industry stakeholders are asking this question. And looking at the fact that patient level data, it being a type of or a function of source data, these terms, source data and patient level data, they're not interchangeable terms. So even again, level setting around definitions will be very important in the midst of this conversation. Now, during session 3, we talked a lot about the intersection of artificial intelligence and real-world data studies and real-world evidence generation. We heard a lot of exemplary and interesting use cases around how AI can hold promise for regulatory science and decision-making. Even learning about recent studies that have been completed and disseminated in the literature with respect to how AI can support evidence generation and curation to even lead to certain outcomes like reduced time to treatment and thus time to evaluate treatment outcomes and so forth. We talked a lot about labor-intensive processes like data abstraction of free text and unstructured data using AI tools, uses of generative AI and its ability to open up opportunities that are far beyond what we can do with limited resources and existing data sets. Integrating AI as a way to expand data and its availability to inform regulatory decision-making as well. That was something discussed on top of leveraging AI to address data quality concerns and operational procedures around ensuring that quality. And with all of that being said, we learned that we should keep in mind that scaling complex and new ways to use source data can stress, especially an already overburdened regulatory review process. But it's important to remain optimistic. We can be optimistic about how FDA pushes this field forward, even themselves, as they leverage their expertise in this field and also generate guidance for practicing stakeholders like many of us who are here today. There's a great deal of overlap between AI and real-world data and evidence topics. Really, this allows us to extract a lot of information from health data in ways that are unprecedented, but that certainly warrant a further exploration and validation in addressing certain concerns, especially with respect to data bias and generalizability and reliability. Lastly, real-world data literacy and AI literacy are big topics that shouldn't be understated, or concerns around even the use of AI to support literacy, or even understanding what AI is and what real-world data is and what the intersection of AI and real-world data looks like. We even need more time to understand what that is and also understand the governance procedures that are needed to support this domain. This remains very important as well. And during our last session, we heard from our panelists who were here to discuss the intersection of real-world evidence and pricing and coverage and payment. We talked a lot about the importance of real-world evidence in the TSET pathway, the role of real-world evidence to support a monoclonal antibody, or at least decisions made among regulatory and payment policy stakeholders regarding monoclonal antibodies for Alzheimer's disease. We talked about the role that real-world evidence will play in drug price negotiations, really understanding that the speed at which we generate data certainly won't surpass our ability or our necessity to still evaluate the quality and reliability of the data to support payment and pricing negotiations and decision-making. We heard that there is a need for clearer guidance from decision-making bodies to incentivize thinking around this. We need formal alignment and agreement on where there's evidence requirements to inform, again, pricing and coverage decisions, where interoperability can help, interoperability around real-world data systems, how this can support our need for a robust data informational flow, again, to support timely decisions among payers. We also talked a lot about opportunities to improve access to care and outcomes by looking at the effects of traditional actuarial processes, such as the use of claims data, typically without the consideration of other forms of data, and the need to address that and develop tools to make sure that we are broadly considering relevant and reliable and high quality evidence to support not just goals around access to new and innovative therapies, but really with that, our ability to implement those tools in ways that can lead to equitable health outcomes among the broader population. And so in order to move the needle on health equity, it is important to switch focus from cost on overall impact and the need rather to tie evidence to outcomes and access and use of certain benefit designs and medical treatments that would lend towards the best possible patient outcomes. And we also learned that we need to balance real world data, not just the reliability and relevance of data, but we need to consider again the speed at which we generate real world evidence and how to balance that with the accuracy of the data, so we can have and lend ourselves towards a true understanding of data and its biases, use the data in ways that are again informative and that have the greatest potential to help decision makers make decisions in ways that, again, support our ability to deliver effective patient care, effective and timely patient care. Now, with that, we have reached the conclusion of today's event. Before we go, I want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who was involved in putting this event together. Today's afternoon has been excellent. Thanks to all of you. I want to thank our speakers and panelists who shared their thoughts and expertise and insights. We covered a lot of ground today, and it wouldn't be possible without all of your cooperation and, most importantly, your time. And I'd like to thank members of the Duke-Margolis team, Dr. Mark McClellan, Dr. Trevin Locke, Dr. Christina Silcox, Nitzan Arad, who all served as presenters and moderators today. I want to thank our team, Nora Emmett, Matt D'Ambrosio, Sandra Yonka, Valerie Parker, Luke DeRoche, Hannah Vitello, Miriam Nafi, and Patrick Rodriguez, who all assisted in the planning and logistics of today's meeting. I want to extend a big thanks to members of our Real World Evidence Collaborative, many of whom engaged with the Institute on these topics for several years. Your support and input are crucial and vital to our work in this space, and we could not have done this without you. Last but not least, I want to thank our audience members and those of you who took time out of your day or took time during your day to provide thoughtful questions for our panelists during each session. So that being said, a big thank you again to everyone. We enjoyed having you with us this afternoon, and we truly hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day or evening.